All right, we'll bring this meeting back to order from a recess. Mr. Carpenter? Wait a minute. Okay, okay.
Mr. Chairman, we're going to do the public hearings first.
So we need a motion to open the public hearing on the low-speed vehicle ordinance. So moved.
We have a second? Second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 5-0.
So your first item is request to consider an ordinance establishing standards for operation of low-speed vehicles. This has been brought back after discussion with the board. It's presented to the board for your consideration and adoption if it meets your approval.
Okay.
The only comment I would advise is that we received a request that if it is adopted to update the effective date from March 1 to February 1. But again, it's to the board if you're ready to adopt it, if you want us to go over anything, or want something where you need us to provide more information, just really for the board's comment discussion at this point.
I'd like to hear what is said.
Could I get a copy of the agenda? I took mine with me on the break. And
I would like to get an update.
Okay.
I do not have a paper copy, Mr. Sunday. You want to hear from Audie or Code at this point? Audie Riles here, the sheriff's. Audie, do you have any comments you want to add,
Either or
Mr.
both.
Corman? They're our primary authors on this, so we'll defer to them on this.
Thank you, Commissioners. Before I get started, as always, I want to thank y'all for your unwavering support for public safety in Walton County. It does make a difference, and I do believe that's one reason why we have such a safe county is because of the relationship we have with our citizens, with our Board of County Commissioners, and with county staff. So again, thank you again for what you do. So as far as the LSV ordinance, there's been a lot of work put into this, both from the Sheriff's Office, county staff, county attorneys, as well as an organization called the Professional LSV Organization here in Walton County. The Professional LSV Organization is a conglomerate of several of the rental companies that rent the LSVs. They did review the ordinance. They did send us some documentation back from the president, Mr. Adam Burke, and they had no issue with the ordinance whatsoever. They had some other suggestions that maybe down the road, if they feel like there needs to be some tightening up on some other things, but they said that they had no issue whatsoever with the ordinance as a whole. I have requested that we get a February 1st implementation. I have talked to TDC about the stickers in itself. They have assured me they've already ordered them. They're being done right now. I was told that probably mid-December, no later than probably mid-January, we should have these in, all of the stickers. But one of the reasons that I requested a February 1st is I want to kind of do first kind of what I call a soft implementation. What I don't want to do is just throw these stickers out everywhere. People will get them, they'll put them all over the carts, on the front, on the back, on the side, and pretty much anywhere where it's not supposed to be, according to ordinance. So what we want to do is have a soft implementation of a core team of Sheriff's Office employees, maybe TDC as well as Code, to come in, and then we'll start putting these on carts specifically so we kind of set the expectations of where these things go. This is about an informational campaign. So if you put a sticker on the back of the cart, that's not going to help anybody. We want to make sure they go in the proper spot. So this kind of month of soft implementation will hopefully set the standard of where they go, as well as us going by the LSV companies and saying, hey, we want to make sure you understand where these go so that they are clearly visible by the driver and the passengers of the LSV. So that's really my only change as far as what the ordinance looks like now, is that we get a February 1st implementation. Now, why do I need the implementation? Well, I have to have the authority to put them on the cart, and I cannot do that until the ordinance is passed. There was a comment made to me about enforcement, like, well, we don't want you to start enforcing. Please don't confuse enforcement with implementation. I don't expect us to really do any enforcement as far as we see a cart, they don't have a sticker on it, so we're going to write them a ticket. The only enforcement that I see is somebody goes, I ain't putting it on, or they take them off. Well, yeah, you're probably going to see some enforcement with that, but Short of that, our goal is just to put these things on for the next 2 or 3 years or whatever it takes to get them out there. So that's the reason I would like to have a February 1st implementation date. Plus, it is the month before spring break, which a lot of our staff gets taxed. And so it's very hard to put staff together. So this kind of gives us a month to get out there and get these things on a lot of the LSVs.
Go ahead.
Have you thought about talking to Rhonda Skipper in her office and having her hand these out when they come to get their tags?
Yes,
And-
ma'am. So after the first month implementation, what we'll do is we're going to expand it out. We'll be giving them out to deputies, we'll give them out to all code, whoever else that needs it, as well as going to the tax collector's office, having them there, and that way when somebody comes in and registers one, they can hand them the sticker as well. Yes, ma'am.
So when they do that, when they can direct them and tell them exactly where it needs to be placed on the windshield and?
That as well as there will be a supplement, how should I put it? A supplement, not sticker, but information that will go with the sticker that outlines on the county ordinance. Actually, TDC developed something. It actually has a photograph of an LSV and kind of where the sticker goes. So that will be handed out as well. They'll get the sticker and kind of the information card. It's an informational card of where the sticker goes.
What kind of information is going to be on the QR code?
Well, there's all kinds of information. It talks about the requirements of the LSV, what's required to be an LSV. It's going to show you what the passenger requirements are as far as being seat belted, kids, adults versus juveniles, and as well as where that LSV is allowed to be driven at. So all of that information is from the QR code that goes directly to our website.
Does that list any amount of what the fine would be if in fact they violate any of those?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay.
It differentiates between the moving violations and the non-moving violations. $161 for a moving violation, $111 for a non-moving violation. So yeah, all of that's on there. And again, the QR code, this is only the beginning of marketing. This QR code can be marketed all throughout the South End. We can give it to restaurants, we can give it to businesses, we can give it to short-term rental companies. We can market this QR code everywhere. And the good thing is, if anything changes, anything at all changes about LSVs, we don't have to change the sticker. All we got to do is change the website. So the website will be the information that everybody will be able to go to see what the requirements are.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Scott, go ahead.
Did I hear you say we were not gonna enforce it?
What I'm saying is I doubt that we would see enforcement, and generally because if we stop somebody that doesn't have a sticker, we're gonna say, hey, put a sticker on there. We think we'll get compliance. The enforcement would come with either they refuse to put it on or they're taking it off. I don't really see us, some people may not realize that the sticker is required, right? So we're gonna make every attempt that when we see somebody and we get the information out that the stickers are required, that we'll get the stickers on there.
But we will write tickets.
Yes, we'll write tickets when
'Cause,
appropriate,
I mean,
yes.
if we're not gonna enforce it, there's not a whole lot of reason to have it.
Yeah, and maybe I worded that incorrectly. What I'm talking about is I don't really see somebody not wanting to put on, if we see them without a sticker and say, hey, we want you to put a sticker on. I don't expect us, February 1st to start writing tickets because you don't have a sticker on your card, right? Because they don't know, we have to get the information out, we have to get it out there, and we got to get them on there. So I'm not looking February 1st to start writing tickets for not having it on the vehicle. But the ordinance gives us the ability to stop the vehicle, make contact with the driver, get the sticker on there.
So are you saying that there will be a grace period? Or
It'll be a grace period, probably a long grace period.
month, 2 months?
Probably longer than that. Listen, we've tried to figure out how many LSVs are in the county. There could be 10,000. It's going to take way more than a month, way more than a month.
Well, I agree with Commissioner Clive. At some point, we need to, if we're going to put this in, we need to enforce it.
Yeah, it'll be enforced, yeah, it'll be enforced. What we're looking for is compliance too. That's what we're looking for. So somebody who comes down here for the first time, they bring their LSV, they don't realize, then we're going to stop them, get out and say, hey, you're required to have this on your vehicle.
And just for the record, you will be stopping them for no seat belts.
Say that, I'm
I
sorry.
said you will be stopping them for no seat belts,
Yes, sir.
You know,
Absolutely.
moving violations, illegal
Absolutely.
parking and all that.
Absolutely.
You're just
And
trying
all
to get
the-
this implemented.
Right, and all the information will be on the QR code right there in front of them. It's kind of a no excuse QR code information. You don't have an excuse now. You can't say, well, I didn't know, or they didn't tell me. No, it's right there.
Have you worked with TDC as far as probably on their Know Before You Go campaign, that this information would be part of that?
I have not specifically had that conversation with them, but I'll certainly do that.
Okay, that'd be great, thank you.
Yep.
Anything else for the chief?
That's it, thank you.
That's it, thank you.
Well, if there ain't no other question from the board, it's up to the board whether this is something you need us to continue working on, or if you're acceptable as the form now. The board wants us to keep working on it, obviously, we can take public comments, and you can give us that direction. If it's something that you're comfortable with the form of it, then we would need a motion to approve. Obviously, you have an effective date that does not start, so we have a little bit of time before this has to kick off. But I'll just defer to the board for what you want to do at this point in time.
Since it doesn't kick off until the 1st of February, it would give us a little time to review it and really see what's in it. I don't know if everyone's had an opportunity to do that.
I have not.
Okay, so maybe we could just bring it up again at the next meeting and give everybody an
How about we
opportunity.
do a motion to continue to the second meeting in December?
Motion to continue into the second meeting in December.
We have,
Second.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion on the board?
Can you put it on whoever's calendar to come see me about it? So we can go through it? Thank you.
And it would probably be, has Audie left? Huh? Yeah, Audie? What we would like is you to meet with every commissioner before we have that meeting in December.
Absolutely, no problem,
Okay?
no problem.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. Do we need a motion or just?
We do have a motion.
Okay. Any discussion from the audience
On the continuance.
on the continuance? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. All right, Clay, you got this one?
Yes, sir, Commissioner. The next is the boat ramp ordinance. As you see on your agenda, this request to continue to a date certain. After talking to the staff does not feel there's a need for a staff workshop at this time. We coordinated this date, but there's still obviously some ongoing discussion about the best way to implement these issues and to address those matters. So we are requesting this matter be continued until the second meeting in December. That'll give us an additional 30 days to discuss with the board members. I know we have at least one new board member. We want to make sure you have an opportunity to discuss those matters. And so the board, if you do that, will leave the current abatement of the ordinance that was entered in June into effect, and you can do that with any additions or instructions for how staff should enforce until that point in time.
Go ahead, Don.
I would like to request that we limit the commercial boat launching to Grady Brown and Pilcher Park and remove Cessna Landing. Cessna Landing is in a neighborhood area, and it prevents all the people in that neighborhood to use those facilities, and it is a county facility for the people. And so I would like to remove that one from the commercial activity, and they would still be available to use Grady Brown and Pilcher Park, which are not in neighborhood areas.
And are you requesting we do that until we bring back the ordinance with the updates in it?
Yes.
I don't think we want to put them in solely, I mean, Grady Brown is in a neighborhood. I mean, that's at the mouth of a very extensive neighborhood.
Well, I'm okay if you want to just limit it to Pilcher Park.
Well, I'm not crazy about Pilcher Park. I think that's a very dangerous launching area, especially for the pontoon boats. That current there is very swift, and I'm not sure those boats, as big as they are, and having those pontoons on sideways on it against that current is a great idea. So I think until we figure this out, we just need to leave all the parks open.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
I went to Cessna over the weekend, and right now that park is currently under construction until December something. So I'm curious to where all the charters and the pontoons are putting in now, since we're not since this was the main hub for everything, do we know where
Yeah.
any of these folks are putting in the boats now and why they couldn't continue to disperse that up so we're not all at Cessna Landing?
I don't mind spreading it out, but, and I don't know, nobody's told me that there's going to be a problem with people launching boats here. I'm not saying there's not, but nobody's told me that. Is
Well-
there,
One thing that we have seen is that due to the time of year, November, December, there's a lot less pontoon rentals right now. Still a few fishing charters, but it's definitely fallen off from what it was in the summer and the fall.
Yeah, they cannot even get in. I just think there's a trailer locked and bolted in front of the ramp, so there's no activity there
okay,
whatsoever.
well,
other
until
than
there's
construction.
activity, we don't even, if it's under construction, they can't be there anyway. So we don't need to put it in don't necessarily we have to put it in the ordinance right now.
Well, I'd like to have it, I'd personally like to have it in the ordinance right now to make sure that we don't leave Pilcher Park, or excuse me, not Pilcher Park, but Cessna Landing open for commercial activity. It's just not built for commercial activity.
Well, it's under construction right now, Mr. Corman? Cessna's under construction right now? So if the board wanted to eliminate, just to limit it right now until we come back in December, you're probably not affecting anybody if you do that, but then it's just clear we're not letting anybody work during a construction zone. So if you want to do that as part of the continuance, I think that would be consistent and would not require the ordinance amendment immediately.
Okay.
But I do need that continuance with that limitation in the form of a motion.
Motion as.
Motion to
spoken.
continue and the elimination of commercial activity at Cessna Landing till we bring this back in December due to it being closed.
Yes.
A second.
Yes, December 19th.
Okay. We have a motion, and a second. Any more discussion on the board? Seeing none, any discussion from the audience? This is just on the motion to continue. Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Okay, Mac, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Carpenter for the Planning Department, CARPENTER. We have several items for your consideration this afternoon. However, the first two legislative items that were advertised for this meeting, we're going to request that those be continued to the December 19 meeting to allow them to appear at the Planning Commission on December 12th. And
Motion
that
to
would be
3 and 4.
Olney small scale with rezoning and the Shorey small scale amendment with rezoning, items 3 and 4 on our planning agenda.
Motion to continue items number 3 and 4, the Olney SSA rezoning and the Shorey SSA rezoning.
What
Two.
date did we say?
December 19 in this location.
Okay, 3 and 4, right?
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Carpenter, why are these two items being continued?
The old small scale, we needed to reconfirm that preservation was still intact prior to it being heard at Planning Commission. We have subsequently done that, and now it can be heard at Planning Commission. On the Shorey small scale with rezoning, we had an applicant notice deficiency, and it could not be heard at the last Planning Commission. So it was continued to this meeting.
Who can't you hear, us or Mr. Carpenter? Okay.
Just to repeat the reason for those two continuances, the only small scale, we confirmed preservation was still intact from the original development approval on that site in the first decade of this century. That required continuing to the December 12 meeting for Planning Commission. With regard to Shorey, they had a public notice deficiency on behalf of the applicant that prevented it from being heard at Planning Commission in November. So it will be heard at Planning Commission on December 12th.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any more discussion from the board? We didn't have a second.
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion from the board? Any discussion from the audience? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners. That brings us to agenda number 5, the Point Washington Neighborhood Plan Update. This is the first reading of an ordinance to propose an amendment to the Land Development Code to install the update to the Point Washington Neighborhood Plan. We have a consultant to the Planning Department that was previously working on this as an employee. And she has been working very closely with the Point Washington neighborhood. And I'll ask Kristen Shell on behalf of the county to come and present this particular project.
Welcome back.
Hi, Commissioners.
Nice.
Thanks. So the Point Washington Neighborhood Plan,
Kristen,
I'm
spell.
sorry, Kristen Shell, Shell. So many things are different. Including you. Point Washington Neighborhood Plan was adopted originally in 2011. So this is an update to the existing plan. For those of you who aren't familiar with the neighborhood planning process, it's very extensive and involved. It's a lengthy labor of love type process that communities can voluntarily go through. It's described in our Land Development Code in Chapter 8 in Walton County's Land Development Code, so they can sort of opt into that program. And the Land Development Code specifies a process by which they have to go through in order to bring it forward to this point. And both of these started in 2023 that you have on your agenda tonight, just to give you a little idea of how lengthy and involved these processes are. So Point Washington is requesting this update. Their neighborhood planning committee did a great job, and they're represented here today. I know Mr. Eriks is here, and he can provide any answers to specific questions you may have. But I always like to go through sort of the highlights and make sure that we have in the record what exactly is changing. And so with this particular neighborhood plan, the area or the neighborhood planning area boundary is expanding. So it takes in additional property. They also are codifying the mixed-use development standards from prior to our 2018 comp plan update. So their plan referenced that originally, and then when we made the change in 2018, it kind of lost their 2010 version. So we put that back in here to make sure that it was preserved in perpetuity, because it does have a significantly lower density. Key in this update also is that a number of property owners have voluntarily downzoned their properties. So what we did in order to make sure that was voluntary is that each property owner signed a form that said what they currently are zoned and what they would like to go to and what that density change is. And so we have those forms on record from each property owner, and that was completely voluntary. And most of those property owners were in that mixed use category. And as you know, with the passage of the Live Local Act, mixed use is a vulnerable category anymore. So Mr. Zales and his team reached out to their neighbors, and we met with all of them almost, talked to all of them about this opportunity to change your land use designation and your zoning, and many of them agreed to do that. So what you have is a revised zoning map and a revised future land use map representative of those voluntary downzonings. The plan also includes some dark sky lighting requirements, and it adopts some design standards that were left as optional in the original neighborhood planning effort. They're brought in here and codified as required. So those are really the key changes that are in this particular neighborhood plan update. The property that is brought in is mixed use, and that their zoning is not changing, but the bringing them into the neighborhood plan does subject them to that original mixed-use standard, which was the pre-2018 standard. So if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer, or you may
I
want to hear
have
from the
one.
neighborhood.
Explain what you just said.
Okay, sorry. So before we I'm sure you recall, in 2017-18, we updated the comprehensive plan and land development codes substantially. And at that time, we changed the mixed-use development standard. We changed it from what it was prior to that. It was 10 units per acre in pre-2018, and then it went to 25. And the reason for that mainly is because our large communities like Seaside and Rosemary Beach, those are those communities that you traditionally find in T and D. They are all well over 10 units per acre. So the category went to 25 with additional design requirements that were not present in the pre-2018 version. So Point Washington's neighborhood plan, in the text, it said, this mixed use is the pre-2018 version. That was what was in their text before this update. Does that make sense? So they, what we did was we just went and got that old text and we brought it in and we made some minor modifications to kind of bring it up to date, because it didn't have the exclusion for single use under 5 acres that the new version has. So we did a little mashup of some of the good stuff and bad stuff there, taking the bad stuff out and leaving good stuff in. So we wanted to make sure that they had that memorialized in their neighborhood plan so that that didn't get lost. So that's
So
what
they're
happened.
under the old plan.
Yes, basically, yes, they're under the old plan.
So if the zoning category said I could have an outbuilding, but the neighborhood plan now says I can't have an outbuilding, I go back to the 18th if I had that property before 18, right?
No, the only thing that is the same as the old version is the mixed-use description.
So if I have an outbuilding, am I gonna be fine now?
Yes, there's no change to the ADUs or to the,
But if I wanna build an outbuilding now, can I build an outbuilding?
yes,
Okay.
accessory
Because I've had a
structure
lot of
like
questions
a
about that.
garage or something like that. Yeah, there's no change to that. There's not really anything in their neighborhood plan about that. That's still under the general county code.
Okay.
So the way these neighborhood plans work is whatever's in the general county code still applies unless the neighborhood plan specifically changes it. So, anything that's in the general county code that's not specifically addressed in this overlay still applies.
So have the majority of the people in this neighborhood agreed with this?
Yes, we did have a positive vote, and that's part of this. They initially have to vote to initiate the plan, and they have to get a 20% favorable just on that, but then to actually bring the plan forward, they have to get greater than 66% favorable responding from the property owners.
And
And-
this has gone before the planning board, and it was approved 6-0.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Motion to approve.
We have a second?
Second.
Any discussion from the board? Any discussion from the audience? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Thank you, Commissioners. This moves us to agenda number 6, the Old Seagrove Neighborhood Plan. This is the first reading of an ordinance to propose a new neighborhood plan in the Old Seagrove neighborhood. Kristen is also the consultant on this particular project, and I'll ask her to introduce it also.
While Michelle's coming up,
Hang on just a second.
I know Commissioner.
Wait just a minute. Everybody that was here for the one we just did, the Point Washington plan, if you want to leave, you're welcome to leave, and I'll wait till you get out to start the next one. Okay, so seeing very few, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, I know you've received a lot of feedback on this, as have most of us, regarding the Seagrove Neighborhood Plan and the questions and comments about its adoption. I am also aware, as I know some of those comments pointed out, and having reviewed the Planning Commission meeting as well, there was discussion about certain pieces of property being excluded from that plan. And at the Planning Commission, it appears there was comment that certain parcels, specifically those along 30A, would be something that there was not an opposition to being removed from the plan. As Mr. Carpenter can obviously advise, we don't exempt individual parcels out of these plans, either they're in or they're out. Given what was presented to the planning board and the fact that there was some discussion, I expect we're gonna have some today about the removal of certain parcels from this, and that this is first reading of an ordinance. The way, and these neighborhood plans are a creation that is within our code. It's not a statutory item. It is something we do. It's more form-based or overlay district planning. With that being said, because it does appear that there is the likelihood that there may be amendment to this plan of which parcels may not be included, and that it appears that representation was made to the planning commission, although it was not made part of the planning commission's actual recommendation, it is my recommendation to the board that we not proceed with first reading of this ordinance, especially if there's any desire amongst the board to change this. Now, I say that without hearing any of your comments, but if this board wishes to adopt the plan as presented, then you go forward with first reading, then we go forward with second reading. But if there's any thought that we need to change or edit it, especially to change the parcels, I would recommend we send it back to planning at this stage to figure that out, rather than go through first reading and having to restart the entire advertising process. These are very lengthy processes, but this is an ordinance that does require 2 public hearings for the adoption. So that is my caution at the outset, based on where I know we've seen the conversations I've had with you come to me, each of you, several of you brought these forward based on what I'm seeing here and the numerous citizens' comments that lay around our table right now. So that is to the board's discretion, but I do believe referring it back to planning to clean out any parcels that there is an agreement to remove would be more appropriately done before it comes to you for first reading.
Motion to rescind back to planning.
Second.
Any discussion from the board? Any discussion from the audience? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. 5-0.
Thank you, Commissioners. We'll take that direction and we'll reschedule it when it's appropriate.
Okay, if anybody was here for the Seagrove plan that wishes to leave, we'll give you a few minutes to get up and leave. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Just let them leave and we'll do the Zoom meeting. Jason, you read, before you start, I forgot about the Zoom meeting. Huh? Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Hall.
Yes, this is regarding what I think, yes, this is. You have to show your own. Yes, can you hear me? You have to show your video. Okay, how's that? There we go. Well, this is about the Seagrove plan, and I need to understand, what was the vote that was just happened? Because you couldn't really tell or hear.
Yes, ma'am.
You're still looking at it? Are we having a first reading?
Can you hear me okay, Ms. Hall?
I can now, yes. Are
Okay.
we having a first reading of plan?
So there's a slight delay, so give me a second. I'll walk through it kind of slowly to make sure it's all conveyed. The board remanded the matter back to planning for additional consideration about which parcels would or would not be included. So there is not a first reading today. It is going back to planning.
Okay. And I guess there's nothing to be said after that. My comments are all related to approving the plan, so they would not apply if there's not a first reading. Is that correct?
That is correct. You'll have an opportunity to discuss it when it comes back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. All right, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This brings us to item number 7 on our agenda, the G and K East Jewett Small Scale Amendment with Rezoning. This is a request approved by ordinance, and this is the second hearing and the adoption hearing from its previous appearance at the last meeting. It's a future land use amendment with the rezoning application submitted by Nautilus Civil Engineers, and I'll ask Curtis to introduce it for us.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Curtis Smith with Nautilus Civil Engineers. I know that several of you are probably tired of sitting here listening to me talk about these rezonings because they were lengthy meetings, but I don't think we'd be doing ourselves a service by not repeating some of this stuff from Mr. Curry, who's new with us today.
He's been here.
Okay.
I've heard some of them.
At some of the meetings, okay. So, just want to do a brief summary, just as we did last time, just to kind of go over, summarize some of the things we talked about. All right, so this, project site was located on Hewitt, on East Hewitt. It is currently a conservation residential, 2-to-1 zoning district, conservation residential future land use. The other properties, it's not flipping. Okay. So I'm gonna back up to that in just a second. The other properties around this are also conservation residential that they're already developed currently. As we see on the future land use map, there are some conservation properties to the north and to the east. That's the state forest property. And the really important point from this initial map was that we have reiterated a few times was that the surrounding properties are actually built at almost 3 units an acre today, even though they're a CR 2-to-1 property. And we talked about that in length, and as did Mr. Carpenter last time. So this request originally came in as neighborhood infill. After a lengthy discussion, it was remanded back to Planning Commission to consider low-density residential 4-to-1, which would put it in line with what's surrounding. Ultimately, with our concept plan we got worked out, it comes to about 28 to 32 units is what would reasonably fit. It would be the 2.8 to 3.0 or so density as is the surrounding developments today. We showed kind of some aerial imagery of the surrounding developments to the south of Stephen Street. Even though, there are 2.8 or so units an acre on these, several of these properties have multiple dwellings on them, trailers. One of them actually has about 6 trailers on it. Some of the others have several sheds and things that some folks are living in. So the density is actually a little bit higher than that currently. Peachtree Farms to the west, same type of situation. It also has that same lot size. And John will talk a little bit more about it later. It's kind of how those properties came to be, in that some of them were double lots at a time when water and sewer had to come by wells and septic tanks, but many of them are actually built out on their 3 unit an acre or so density today. They also do not abide by the same conservation residential rules that most of these developments have to today. They're, for the most part, cleared and filled and developed. And we also have some more developments to the north that are currently low-density residential with a residential future land use category. That's what's on the table today. And one is about 2 parcels to the north, says vacant land here on this map. Those, I believe, are actually approved for development or for townhomes in a LDR 4-to-1 category. And to the south, at the end of Hewitt. We've got the 30 West PUD that is conceptually approved, should be moving forward in the near future, that has, substantial mixed-use development, commercial, and quite a bit of multifamily residential as well. And one of the goals of this rezoning is to provide a little bit more housing for folks that would be working in these districts, to try to get them a little bit closer to work. Future land use map we kind of looked at. You see the yellow there is the existing future land, low-density residential, which we're proposing. 2 units to the north. There's a little bit mixed up to the north of this as well. So even though the other ones that are also light green don't have that yellow, that's what they're built at. They're built as a low-density residential today.
Can you go back to that?
Yes. Ooh, right away.
What's the pink?
The pink further north, traditional neighborhood development, T&D, and that has several townhomes, a commercial restaurant, and somewhere in my notes I have what the density of that was. I'd have to kind of search through and find, but it's substantially higher density. It's around probably 6 to 8 units an acre. All right, so this was a previously approved development order on this property at the current zoning district, conservation residential, 2-to-1. It was 19 lots. We dove really deep into CR requirements at the first public meeting. I will note too, this is the 6th public hearing we've had on this project. So we've covered a lot of it, and I am being brief and summarizing, but this one, we talked about on the first one, that some of the new conservation residential regulations based on the director's determination made this plan even difficult to achieve going forward, although Stephen and Mac have been working on that, and we're kind of working through that now. But as you can see, they built retaining walls around the setbacks to try to make that work, and that's just not ideal for development like this. So we're trying to make this a little bit better for a low-density residential project. And then this was an example of kind of under new regulations. That's the lot size that you have to kind of put to make all this conservation, preservation work. You see the neighborhood to the south, that is the same zoning district. It's not the same. There's 2.5 of the current lots would be the same as what the legacy lots are. So we're really trying to get something a little bit more in line with what the legacy lots are around this. All right, and one of the main goals for this project, originally the townhomes was the goal. It was to get some more attainable housing. Try not to use the word affordable because that's not what it is. It was trying to get attainable housing for, middle-class folks to be able to afford homes and live in them and buy a home. And in the 300,000s category, they could buy a townhome. Increasing density, we talked about it extensively. That is the way that we can get the costs down on these. A $250,000 pump station is $250,000 whether you have 19 lots or whether you have 40 lots. It's the same cost. It spreads across the density. So our way as the engineers and land planners to try to get the costs on these lots down is to increase density to do so. So this was our breakdown on about what we could get a final product at based on the zoning categories of neighborhood infill with a lot of townhomes, low-density residential is in the middle, what we're proposing now, and then the CR 2-to-1 that was on the left. So we could knock out nearly $100,000 per lot if we increase the density slightly, up to the 3.2 units an acre about what we could get on it. All right, so next topic here, and I'm kind of focusing much of this to Mr. Curry, who hasn't seen all these maps, that there is some wetlands on the property out to the far east. The vast majority of that is preserved on our current conceptual plans. There's no intent to clear and fill all the wetlands back there. So, and if you do clear and fill any of the wetlands, our code and comprehensive plan and a land use agreement that is part of this does put it to 1 unit per 20 acres for any of that area that you touch. So the goal. Also, something else that has occurred since we first started this, our wetland mitigation banks, one of them ran out of credits that was around $70,000 or so an acre. They are now $175,000 an acre. So disturbing wetlands now is the worst thing you can possibly do for a project. It just doesn't make sense. So we really protect those now at this point.
Wasn't there wetlands in the front, on the front side of this also?
There were not. There is a portion of it that's considered Zone A flood zone. A flood study's been conducted, and it's not actually a flooded area at that point. This is the official wetland map right here from Biome. The wetlands you do see on GIS.
Yeah, that's what I was looking
Right.
at.
Those are based on old web soil survey maps from decades ago. Those are not accurate. Sometimes they can be sort of accurate, but the vast majority of the time, they're middle to highly inaccurate. So we do site-specific wetland studies on every project.
Okay. So these are your studies, or did they come from someone?
They come from Biome Consulting Group, who is now, that's one of the most well-known in our region. They do a whole lot of wetland studies in this area.
And you paid for this?
Yes, the applicant is required to pay for all of this. Like engineers, we're all third parties that are beholden to the public. They're not beholden to their client. They also have to back this up. The state of Florida DEP, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and the Water Management District all come out there with them when the permits go. If you're touching any of them, they have to agree with you, and they always double check them behind them. So there's 1.98 acres of wetlands on this property out of 10 total. So we've got over 8 acres of usable uplands on this property. This was the floodplain map that was originally based on the lines on the right side there. Where you see some squiggly lines through there was the old Zone A. That's what the floodplains are based on, and it turns out they're not actually substantial floodplain areas or wetlands in those areas. All right, land use restriction agreement required for this. Any impacts in the flood zone that is pulled out by the loaner will have to take the 1 unit per 20, as would any wetland impacts. It takes the punitive damages. And also as part of that agreement, we had agreed to dedicate an additional 20-foot to right-of-way to help improve the roadside drainage in this area. You can see on the right side of the map there that drainage ditch does encumber a portion of the property, kind of comes into it. So we were going to decrease the land, and the density will be based on the new. So this is just, the 20 feet that kind of goes away, and help with drainage in that area. So we talked also extensively about the vacant lands. I'm not going to dig real deep into it like we did before, but the summary is we have 48,782 acres of total area in South Walton. Half of that is conservation land already. It's state forest. Vacant land today per the Walton PA, their land use categories, is about 11%. When we dig down into that 11%, what's actually development property, 5 acres or greater, not already developed or subdivided that we could kind of dig through, not conservation lands, we're actually down to 3.8% or 1,800 acres. Of that, 1.2 acres is conservation residential, which means very low density residential. So for commercial and any kind of reasonably high density residential, we have 640 acres left, is what we found in our study. That's about 1%. So the point of this was to show that we're running out of land in South Walton, and the end is very near. So we've got to really be smart with what we've got left and try to use it to the most reasonable, practical extent. All right, regional improvements, we talked about it. The 30 West is the big one. John will talk about some of the other stuff here, but we're really trying to get housing where the commercial is. That's the goal of this particular rezoning. Won't dig deep into the traffic, but at this point with this particular concept, traffic generation is fairly low. It would be adding an additional 12 trips, potential of 12 trips per our conceptual plan. Highway 98, since we did the original study, Highway 98 west of 38, since it's been widened, is actually slightly under capacity at the current time, based on current and future projected trips from development orders that are done. So, doesn't matter as much anymore because it's all based on the mobility fee now. And the mobility fee, as you can see here, we did a 25 unit concept. Mobility fee increased to 76,000 rather than 30,000 under the previous system. At the 30 lot or so, that's going to be around $100,000. This is about what this particular development will produce, rather than about 30,000 under the old category. And the highlight here is this is how we're funding improvements. So when we say we need the infrastructure to get better, the way we have to do that now is development. That's what's paying for our infrastructure upgrades to our road systems. Eglin comments, we went in extensively. The gist of this was that Eglin, they make a standard comment for anything over 2 units an acre. This is their zones. The purple there on the map is their MTR zones for the training routes. And they're gonna make that comment on anything. In addition to that, they say in those zones, what's not compatible is assisted livings, apartments, all kinds of categories that we build every day in those zones. But it's just kind of based on the study from 2009 and then updated 2012. That's what it's based on. So we had some conversations after the planning commission, after the last BCC meeting. I had a long conversation with the Eglin rep. And they kind of said, well, this is a comment we make on everything. We're not going to rescind our comments, but I asked him to send Mr. Carper anything he could to kind of summarize what we talked about. And what they said was, the plan you sent, that's around 3 units an acre, it doesn't pose a significant threat to Eglin. We can't take back our comment because we make that for everything. But it doesn't pose a threat it's very low concern for Eglin emissions in this particular area. And
It doesn't pose a threat?
that is exactly what he put. That does not mean they pose a threat to the Eglin flying missions. Yes, that's exactly.
So
it's
they're
right there.
guaranteeing there's no threat even though it's an Eglin mission. Is that what you're saying?
He's saying it does not pose a significant threat to Eglin missions. We build the density all the time. And he is saying that even though the old land use study said anything over 2 units an acre, it's how a lot of big government works. It's just, we set a standard and then everything follows it.
But that's in conflict with what the person prior to him said, correct?
The person in front of him sent the rubber stamp, here is exactly what we do. They sent the letter.
They don't rubber stamp, no.
It's the same letter. If anyone proposes over 2 units an acre, it gets the same letter, no matter what. That's just, it's process.
Not in my experience, that's not correct.
For a land use change,
Yes.
since she's been reviewing it and since I've been seeing it, she sends that to everything. Unless you go and talk to them about it and come up with some sort of an agreement, that's what they send on all of them. So the intent of this conversation was really, does Eglin plan to update this study? And he said, yes, it needs to be updated. It's 25 years old now. But we're limited in resources and time, so it's going to be a while before they update this study. Eglin is mindful that the county has got to balance needs of the county with affordable, attainable housing and things. And Eglin one day will be building things, and it's all in this MTR zone as well. So they're mindful that for us to keep housing prices in check, we've got to have some kind of density that may not be in line with that 2009 study. And I'm sure we will see an update at one point. And I'm sure we'll see some sort of some way of addressing that with the DPZ study as well. They have to, because it's the vast majority of Walton County, as we saw on the map. You can't have 68% of the entire county encumbered by this and not address that somehow. So that's kind of where we left off with Eglin on that, is they understand. And they also said, We're just a recommending body. That's what they are. They're just like someone up here. They're just like a planning commission member. It's not a law. They're just adding their feedback, and that's
Well,
what
if
they
I'm
give
not
us.
mistaken, our planning commission denied this 5-1.
They denied the first request to neighborhood infill. When we remitted it back, when this board remitted it back, it was a split decision, 3-3, right along the lines that we anticipated that we split at. So, and that
Well,
was for the
in
low
front of
density
me, it says
residential.
planning commission voted to recommend denial to the board by a vote of 5-1.
That was the first one. That was for neighborhood infill. For low density residential, it was a 3-3 split vote, just like the other one. And it was split exactly along the
That's not what's
members.
on my document. Okay.
Stephen, you want to address that? I don't know.
Mr.
Go
Chairman,
ahead, go ahead, Mr. Klein.
let me, the one that's in front of me says September 12th, 2024. Planning Commission voted 6-0 to deny. Then it says October 21st, 2024, the Planning Commission voted 3-3 on a motion to approve, so it's split. But
The first one was incorrect also, because in the September one, the other rezoning was 6-0. This one was 5-1. And then that was for the Nelly Road one. This one was 5-1 in the first meeting.
well, we need to get that straight. So, Mr. Carpenter, which one is it?
This vote was 5-1 on the first cut. When it came back to them, it was split even 3-3. with no
Who was the
recommendation.
commissioner that voted for it? Do you know? Burgess?
Yes.
I think it was Mr. Burgess, Mr. Hartman, and Mr. Smith.
I mean, on the 5-1, who was the one?
Burgess.
Burgess? Okay, so 5-1, 3-3.
Correct. For the lower category of low density residential. Okay, so that's really all I had for my part of it. I will turn it over to Mr. King to wrap us up.
Any questions for Mr. Curtis, Mr. Smith?
How many houses are we talking about? So I know you probably said that, but let me just,
Our current conceptual plans put us at 28 to 32.
28 to 32 houses, and it's 10 acres, and 2 of those are wetlands, correct?
Correct,
So in 8 acres, you want to put 28 to 32 houses?
correct.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John King for the record. If I may, Mr. Chairman, most of the comments that I'm going to make about some general real estate and this property in particular is to Mr. Curry, who hadn't been to the 6 public hearings that have already been, or public meetings. I read all the emails that went to you all and the planning department. There's a bunch of concerns that I guess number one is preservation land. This needs to be stayed the same, However, you know, where we're standing, or I'm standing, you're sitting, this was part of what we thought was going to be preservation land. And the state sold this to the county for the average of 2 appraisals in 1999. The comp plan, keep in mind, was adopted in 96 or 97. Well, we didn't know what the preservation areas was going to be, and a couple things happened. Number one, this land, most of the sections 26, 25, 24, 23, the Chet Holly area, north and south of Chet Holly, none of these people were noticed of the workshops. Then I think there were 20-plus workshops, and none of those people were noticed. They had no voice. So that's really kind of clouded the preservation lands, where I think the representation is, oh, this is what we were directed to do. But we didn't know what we were going to have preservation-wise of the 22,000 acres. And along these along this time, and since then, the state's traded, purchased, sold over 40 other properties to make that property contiguous. But it's not like that was all done prior to 96 when we put all these preservation restrictions on. Another thing that was brought up in some of these were, he knew what he was buying when he bought the property. Well, after 46 years in this business, I hope I do. And I took the risk that I was going to get to do something more appropriate, I thought, for a property. Maybe I'm wrong about this. However, the gentleman that I bought it from, he had a development order of 90 lots. No way to make, or 19 lots, no way to make that property pretty. It's going to be, the design would absolutely kill every tree inside of the building envelopes. There's no question about it. David Smith's here, he might comment that. Curtis can talk to you about that. There's no way to make that 19-lot subdivision. So I paid the gentleman double what he paid for it, gave him all the profit, with the understanding that if I get turned down, there's no profit in it, and I'm not going to go forward with 19 lots. So it's just that's a risk of the business, so I'm fine with that. As far as the flooding, there was a, Curtis, have you got those boards handy? There was a gentleman stood up and talked about the flooding. Now, my property is not going to affect his property. Now, if he goes to build a garage he's a young man that said all the working people there, he paid $250,000 for a house. Just if you would hold that up, Curtis. Mr. McCullum, who was here last meeting.
Curtis, you need to come up here and hold it up on the thing so we can all see it.
He talked about, go ahead. He talked about how my property is going to affect his property. Well, you don't have to have an engineering degree to see that I have to contain the water that hits this property, deal with it, and then it gets to pop off at a major floodplain or major flood event into this wetland that eventually goes to Hewitt Bayou, a mile away. So it's just absurd that make this reference on his property. The flooding has nothing to do, and I'm not an engineer, but Curtis may speak to that. What I'm trying to attain, and Mr. Curry, you weren't here last meeting that I saw, but and I got in trouble comparing what I'm trying to do with some previous projects. But last meeting, Lloyd Blue got approval for a 108-lot subdivision at 3.6 units an acre. I think that was a wise decision because for every, and I'm not saying what I know about his prices, but if he's got an attainable product that's $650,000, and that's going to sound like a lot to you today. However, all of those townhouses and the sub $400,000 product that's close proximity to him, he gets to offer to all of these now sellers of a townhouse in most cases to a house for a reasonable mortgage amount. And we've lost the ability for workforce housing for the first-time home buyer pretty much, unless they come with some equity. So if you, and Commissioner McCormick once said this, and I got in trouble by quoting him a time or two, but let me say that what he said was, if you can develop enough $650,000 homes, then you free up some $400,000. And that's exactly right. Because if you don't do it in this manner, we've got no way to have any development sub $400,000. All we're going to do is create renters after renter after renter, but no homeowners. This was, Mr. Carpenter mentioned that this CR2 was, the CR2 was an inappropriate land use in that when the comp plan was being workshopped, these properties should have been something greater than that. And I said, low-density residential, he didn't mention that, but maybe that was the case. There's low-density residential north of there, there are townhouses, there's a bunch of more intense uses north of this property. But what happened here is when these were developed, you had to own 2 lots to build 1 house. In 1998, Regional Utilities got an $8 million grant from the state to expand their water and sewer. Not to get you in the woods on this, but what that immediately did is it allowed what was, pardon me, you had to have 2 lots to make your separation between your well and your water well and your septic tank. Well, when Regional brought sewer down these roads, you could then have septic tank and use both of your lots. Mac them up. Well, so, how was this? So these properties immediately went to 3+1. Now, it wasn't like that when the comp plan was being workshopped because nobody was using them at that rate. So, any rate, that's and some of these were split. The 2 lots were split to 6 lots. The 2 lots were split to 4 lots. That's what, that's been going on there since they got water down those streets. Curtis, get me to, so, I mentioned Mr. Blue's project, and that's exactly the product that we need. These would be similar in size, but the difference between his as the concern for transportation is where Mr. Blue's property is, 108 single-family homes, potentially people, peak hour traffic, 200-plus cars. Where this is, where my project is, go back to that. There you go. Further, please. The radius map, if you. So we did this to kind of give you an idea that within a 5-mile radius of this property, 97% of the hospital and medical jobs lie in there. So I'm not knocking Mr. Blue's project, I love it. But why send somebody from his to the hospital, to Silver Sands Factory Outlet, to the new 309,000 square feet of retail, boutique retail that's going to be 30 West, which is, again, going to create another probably 200 key holder position or management positions. So it just, I hope it makes sense to you that we would have a product in this price range that's close to where people need to get to. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Mr. King?
So prior to 1996, did we have a rhyme or reason on how we put housing in there? I wasn't here, so I don't know if that's
Yes,
a Mac.
So I'd like Mac to address that, but it was 20-plus workshops. We got it as close as we could get it, and that was 30-plus years ago. And congratulations on the decision to bring DPZ in, but don't spend the $1 million on DPZ if you're not going to adjust the Eglin and other things. I'm sorry.
That's okay, but what I'm trying to get at is prior to 1996, I don't think we had the concept of putting a Band-Aid on something. And then all of a sudden we did, so we put in 2-to-1, am I correct? After 1996?
Well,
Because we saw preservation, go ahead and fill in the blank, Mac.
the history of the adoption of the Walton County Comprehensive Plan is a very colorful history. It
Reader's
starts
Digest version.
In the late 80s, until we actually got a plan and a condition that the State Department of Community Affairs could accept as consistent with the state's comprehensive plan at the time in 1996. The state's growth management laws have changed since then. They're not quite as stringent as they were back in 1996. Or we would have an easier time getting our first comprehensive plan approval if that were the case today. But we had a mixture of development areas and undesignated areas. Some development areas were like 22 units per acre. There was no-
What was our reason to have this particular area 2-to-1? Do you know?
In this particular case, now, I'm not quite old enough to have been here in 1996 for this comprehensive plan, but my understanding was there were no public utilities in the CR 2-to-1 areas. They were largely areas that were previously used for forestry, for silviculture. Some were in wetlands, some weren't. But back in the day, you could put trees pretty much everywhere that you could get them to grow. But by and large, this area north of US 98 did not have public utilities to the extent that it does today. And so we had to account for the separation, as Mr. King had mentioned, between the well and the septic tank, and to allow for septic systems that would function in these high water table particular areas. So essentially, without public utilities, we need a lot more land to build a house.
But we didn't have that when a lot of these subdivisions that you guys spoke about that are over the 2-to-1, correct?
And there was a period of time when if you owned the land, you could just decide to subdivide it yourself and start cutting deeds to people.
Right, and we talked about
We
that.
have a number of unrecorded subdivisions that the divider had a plat, he had a map, just never came to the county to get it approved and never recorded it in public records, consistent with chapter 177.
So at some point, somewhere, somebody said, wait, time out. We need to do X because this is getting out of hand?
Well, just because the state required us to. It was,
Okay.
we were the last state, county in Florida to adopt a comprehensive plan to come into compliance with state law at the time.
So now we're here wanting to just go ahead and throw that one in with everybody else that did wrong.
Well, those subdivisions were developed prior to the county determining what the
Right.
maximum density could be based
Which
on.
we're trying to
based on the
compare
calculated
with
public
this
utilities.
with those. I'm not trying to compare them. Mr. King and are trying to compare what he's gonna do to the other ones.
Yes, sir, I think that's what he's doing.
Okay, okay.
Also, just for the record, the state has a law that if you have no utilities, you cannot do more than 2-to-1.
Yes, sir.
And if you have utilities, you can, water or sewer, if I'm correct. Is that right, Mac?
Yes, sir. Typically, if you didn't have public water and public sewer, you were required to have a half-acre minimum lot
Right.
size to
Yeah.
make those two things work and to have enough separation to protect yourself.
But if you have water, you can go under our sewer, although I don't know why you'd have sewer and not
If you
water.
had public water, you could typically go down to a quarter acre.
Yes, and in that area, immediately, when they brought water down the street, those people were able to use both of their lots, which were 4 units an acre, in essence. So, the other thing, Mr. Crew, back then, I could draw under 2,000 square foot home on a napkin and go get a building permit. A lot has changed, right? I mean, so many more restrictions, but only other, I see you all try to protect the developer, try to protect the owner, the neighbor from the developer. But you're gonna find over time that many times you've gotta protect the owner against themselves. And I'm gonna make this point. If I have to go to 19 lots, then there's no wow. Curtis, go back to my design. There's no wow entrance for the neighbors or anybody else. There's no money in it. So that's why you see these little bitty squatty 19, 20 lot subdivisions that have no amenities. The second part of that is there's no monthly, they can't charge monthly to maintain those WOW entrances. When you get to a more density, like these lots here, and I've done several of these type of subdivisions, your parking works out, your drainage works out, and you can have an entrance that the owners, when it's turned over to them, there's enough of them to share the expense of making this WOW. And so I'm gonna let the public get over here, and I may have a later comment, but what the increased from an aesthetic standpoint is people are gonna make reference to greedy developer and how we got, you know, how we're getting to do all this stuff. The only way that you get anything that's beautiful, like a Botany Bayou, like a Forest Park, like stuff that if you've ridden through, you've got to say, wow, of what I've done. That doesn't come out usually on Facebook, but anyway, I hope you understand that the difference between 30 lots and 20 lots is how it's gonna look in the future.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Y'all, and this may be more for Mr. Smith than you, but y'all talked about 28 to 32 lots.
Yes, sir.
Now, if I'm looking at your drawings correctly, I'd say 13, 14, 15, and 16 are significantly impacted by wetlands.
Yes, sir.
So is the difference between 28 and 32, which is those four lots? So you could sell 28 lots
Yes, sir.
and not sell those and make those open space or whatever. Or you could impact those wetlands and sell
Yes, sir.
those lots.
Well, Commissioner, just for the record, in the hundreds of lots that I've done, I've always impacted less than a half acre of impacts, whether it's connecting uplands or lopping off where a wetland will allow a squared off lot. So you don't have this crazy configuration of a lot. And ultimately, it delineates the line that from that point forward, those owners don't go into that area, much like they do if it's not delineated. So in many properties, I've never done any wetlands, but you're exactly right. That's pretty much would you agree with that, Curtis?
That is correct. And another thing is, things have changed since we started this 9 months ago. That 80,000 to 200,000 is a big deal now for wetland mitigation credits. So we'd have to run some cost benefit analysis. Is it even worth doing that? It might not be.
So, so could y'all make, as part of your land agreement, to not develop those 3 or 4 lots, and in exchange for, I mean, is that what you're planning to do?
Well, if we were to do this, like I said before, we take a density hit for that. The entire project goes to 1 unit per 20 acres for that area. So it's already, in addition to the punitive damages, that is the punitive from the county, in addition to the cost for wetland mitigation now, that money for wetland mitigation is only the cost not even paid to a bank. The environmental consultant fees, our fees to do the drawings and stuff for that, it's very expensive now to do wetland fills. So most likely, that's not going to be something we do. When we did our concept plan, it was just saying, what's the maximum potential under a half acre? The half acre also is because of there's a general permit that's nationwide that cuts off at half acre. Once you go above that, it's about a 2-year process with the Army Corps, so most people don't bother with that. And it exponentially increases the cost. So we were looking at what's the maximum potential. It's 32 lots based on this. And it may be that that's not something that's feasible to do at this point.
Could you maybe combine 13 and 14, the upland part of it, and get 1 lot out of that?
Yeah, yes.
So you'd get 30 or
Correct.
29 lots.
Commissioner, where this X is, I just marked. Can you see that?
I don't know if I can see in front of me. I might have to borrow somebody's glasses.
This lot right here,
Mm-hmm.
this owner got a permit, and he cleared and filled along the back of my property, all the way up to it. So no, excuse me, it's this lot. So it just makes sense that I would square that off, just from a configuration standpoint. Now, that's gonna cost more than I would get in yield, I think, with the new rules. But I'm not stuck on anything. I just want the entrance to be wow, because I'm gonna put my name on it. And there's nothing on this peninsula that you can go to, whether it's Commissioner John's office, where I live, where my daughter lives, that anything else that you can't pull up to it and know you drive someplace. This is gonna be simple, thank you.
Huh?
Crowd, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions. I'm reading this compatibility analysis, and it says the proposed amendment, if approved, will increase density and intensity as well as the allowable uses across the subject property. The lands to the north and east of the subject are held in conservation, and the lands to the south and west of the subject have been developed by residential subdivisions at a density of approximately 2 units per acre. Now, two units per acre is what you are allowed without having to get a rezoning.
Yes, ma'am. Now, that one you just pointed out has got a private well and septic tanks. Mine will have gravity flow sewer, a regional utility turned over, a lift station to regional utilities for further public use. Traditionally, what regional does is, I've got 28, 30 lots designed. They get with, their engineer gets with my engineer and says, we'd like to expand sewer inside of your lift station. We'll pay the difference to go deeper or more volume. So that's kind of how that works. These people don't have that option, especially when you've got, it says 2 to 1, but you saw there's, one of these lots has got 6 1980s manufactured home or trailers on it. The lot next to that has got 5 sheds that people live in.
Well, I
So-
honestly don't know why that's allowed and why that's there. I don't know.
Well, please don't cause these people any trouble. They're dying for a place to live. We
Well,
gotta do
I'm just
something.
saying, if it doesn't follow the land development code, you know, you can't just put
Commissioner,
up whatever
nothing
you
down there
want.
follows the land development code.
You can't just put up whatever you want. But anyway, as you
Oh.
know, I've got a stack of emails, like you
Mm-hmm.
pointed out that you've read these emails that we've received.
Yes, ma'am.
And every single one of these, and there's a lot of them, they say, please register my opposition to this.
I
And
noticed they all
base-
start out the same theme.
But they're not, a lot of them are very
Please
similar.
register my opposition.
But they're also, some of them are different. They talk about the fact that it's a floodplain.
No, ma'am, that's fallacy. It's not a floodplain. This is floodplain X. Virtually all the development is gonna be in floodplain X. I saw that. And listen, I can get through anything with a neighbor if they don't lie. But this,
Well, they're also worried about the overcrowded roads, which we're all worried about that. That's a problem
Commissioner, it
all over
dumps
the
onto a
south end.
6-lane
John,
highway.
let her
Pardon me.
finish.
Yes, sir.
They're also concerned about the overcrowding of schools, which we know that is an issue. They're concerned about the impacts of flooding. They're concerned about the infrastructure and the quality, safety, and the protection of the current residents. Now, these residents that have bought in some of these areas, they've bought knowing, you know, that they were gonna keep it as it was. So it just seems to me that there are so many people, and I don't know if there's anybody in the room here today or not, and if there are, I hope they do get up, that there's not one email that's positive towards this, not one. And, you know, usually we get a mixed bag. In this, there's not a mixed bag.
I
It's-
didn't encourage anybody in the neighborhood, but let me say, on the safety, there was a time, a couple months back, that it would have been a proportionate fair share, and I would request a route to Highway 98, multi-use path. We've done this before. Now, you're gonna collect $100,000. I don't know how you get to spend that, but you're gonna get a check from me for $100,000. Hey, put some sidewalks here, put some improvement. I don't know, but you
We're
don't have
working
any
on
money
that.
otherwise.
We're working on that.
Well, okay.
Well, it takes time, as you well know.
Okay, anybody else?
Can I also respond to the?
Sure.
Once again, to the flood comments. I've said it several times in the last several meetings that those old neighborhoods we get the pictures of, they were not engineered. They're not engineered and designed. The flooding happens because they don't have engineered designs that prevented them from happening. The only way that we can help them is to have a project to tie to it to pay for the improvements, unless the county takes on a project with taxpayer money and provides the improvements. We can benefit this area somewhat by the ponds that we're planning on putting in, because we're designing it. We can't solve the problems from the 1980s and 90s that were created by not designing, but we can at least help to the extent we possibly can with a project. And if we can't do a project, we can't help.
Can you go back to the diagram that you had on there earlier with the cul-de-sac, the street?
Yes.
And
It's all the way at the end. Hang on just a second.
there you go, that's it.
Okay.
So to Commissioner Glidewell's point, it looks as though 16 couldn't have a house on it anyway, really.
Without a permit, without a dredge and fill permit, which is very expensive to do at this point.
So if you don't build on 13, 14, 15, and 16, and you can leave some green area there, some green space,
Sure.
so then that would take you to what, 28
28.
houses max?
Correct. Yes, and everything to the east is still preserved. That is, what we don't have development in, that's the floodplain. That's the area that's gonna be preserved, based on the flood studies and stuff conducted. We'll do some additional.
That's the
flood studies.
floodplain area?
Correct.
Is that what you're saying? So
Yes.
there is floodplain then, so.
On the far east, outside the development area, yes.
And Commissioner, if I may, because Curtis is going to be asking this of me, I'm sure, is, we can live with that. We want, the main thing for the community and us to put our signature on it is, we want the entrance to be wow. If we don't get to go back as far and we can get 28 lots without doing any wetland disturbances, we're great with it. And we might make some money.
So.
Go ahead.
So basically what we're arguing about, or discussing about, is the difference between 19 units, which you've already got, the right to build,
Yes, sir.
and 28 units,
Yes,
so
sir.
9 houses,
Yes.
and that's it.
Well, there's no way to make the 19 attractive under the current design.
But still,
maintain
that's what we're talking about,
Yes,
the
sir.
difference between 19 and 28.
It has potential to bring the price points of the homes down nearly $100,000, because when you spread out the infrastructure costs on more lots, it spreads the cost out.
That's economics, yeah,
That's what we're talking about.
9 houses.
Anybody else? Mr. Drake, you have anything? I can't see with that big Mr. Curry leaning up. Well, us short people have to get in digs when we can. Stephen, you got something to say?
I just wanted to make sure the staff report was entered into the record.
Yes.
Stephen, while you're there, can I ask you, you said it was split, the vote this last time, 3-3.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me why the 3 that voted against it?
I think very similar to the original vote, and I think the commissioners were of the mind that any increases in density based on public comment would result in increases in traffic, disturbances to environmentally sensitive lands, and all the things that those, bring to folks that live there. I think that was the consensus of the folks that voted against the development, was those concerns, as well as I believe there was some concerns about the conservation residential zoning currently, which has some consideration of, instead of a max ISR, it has a minimum open space requirement, So under the current CR, there would be increases in really preservation of those natural areas on the site. The LDR doesn't carry the same restrictions on
So they
development.
could clear cut this.
Other than the wetlands there, if a developer wanted to, if they were given the LDR 4:1, there's not a prohibition against that. There's not the same requirements under LDR 1, or LDR, 4:1.
Thank you.
Mr.
Go ahead.
You familiar with a quote from University of Florida's Center for Landscape Conservation and Planning? It says, "Florida has a choice in how it grows. It can continue to build in low-density, inefficient patterns that result in financially unsustainable communities, or it can support the principles of sound urbanism to create more fiscally productive development patterns." You familiar with that?
I'm certainly familiar with the ideology there. New urbanism, density keeps development out of sensitive areas. It has a higher land value, as the board has seen through the Urban 3 presentations. Yeah, I'm absolutely familiar with those concepts. Yes, sir.
You could make the argument we need to cluster this more, not less.
It could be made, yes, sir. Anything else?
I think that's,
What's the wishes of the board?
motion to approve.
Do we have a second? I'll second the motion.
We have a
I'll pass
motion
the
and a
gavel.
second. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak?
Yes.
Anyone in the audience like to speak to this? We have a motion and a second on the floor.
Lisa Vega, VEIGA. I have a handout, and I broke my reading glasses this morning, so bear with me because I can't see diddly.
Somebody left you some right there.
No, I just set them there, but the arm's broken off.
Make sure you give one to Mr. King, Lisa.
Oh, yeah. Give me one back, Blair. To start, I am requesting 10 minutes. I'm speaking on behalf of South Walton Community Council.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Wait a minute, I'm chair right now.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And I also brought the meeting procedures where it states if I'm part of an organization, I can, and I'm an active board member.
Do we have any other board members here, or do we have any other members of the organization
Nope.
here? They need to identify themselves when you're speaking on behalf of a group, so that their
And
time is
that's
effectively
also on
waived.
Zoom.
They are on Zoom. I believe Margaret Landry and,
So she won't be able to speak.
okay,
So,
well,
Madam Chair, yes, it will be a situation where if she's taking the time, she's getting the time for the whole group,
For
so
the
the
whole
other
group.
members
Will
will.
not be able to speak.
That is
right.
correct.
And I'm the only member here speaking. So
No,
I
apply to
did my,
Zoom, though.
I did my best to highlight a few things for you. I do have the current FEMA flood zone map on page 4, I think there for you. I think we can hopefully agree that this is an environmentally sensitive area because of the high hazard flood zone A, there's X on it as well, and the wetlands. First, on the first set of documentation that I have for you, this is South Walton Community Council's objections to the application. I'm going to start with the consistency, that this is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. Based on, well, let me try to read it again with one arm here. And I'm not going to read this whole thing for you guys here, but because a development order granting or denying constitutes, a development order requires must be consistent with the comprehensive plan. So right now,
Lisa, do you want to use my glasses?
you know, can I have, thank you.
They're not 125.
Oh, yeah, that's perfect, thank you. So right now, just on consistency, it doesn't meet the comprehensive plan requirements. Now, I didn't go through the staff report, but what I have researched right now is the current staff report, unless something's been updated recently, is all based on the neighborhood infill.
So the traffic analysis, Nautilus narrative, et cetera, here it's on your document, are all based on this, the 4-to-1. So it needs to be updated. And I don't know if planning's advised of these deficiencies and the updates that need to be made, but they should be made. So conservation. Let's get into that. So in our comp plan, we have, and I think Commissioner Johns, you mentioned that you've received some emails on this. So we have a land use category of conservation residential. And with that, that category is for low impact residential usage where there's a presence of floodplains, wetlands, etc. This property does have flood zone A, which is a high hazard flood area. So with that, that is why this property is currently zoned for conservation residential. But rezoning it back down to residential, if you look in the comprehensive plan, you'll see that the last statement in this category states that these areas shall have available or planned central water and sewer within the next 5 years, which we just discussed a moment ago, but do not constitute significant habitat, wetland, or flood hazard areas. So right then and there, we're going against our comprehensive plan by changing something that has flood zone A and wetlands to residential, where it's supposed to not have either one of those. So we would be going against our comp plan. Now, to take into consideration, I think I wrote it down here, with that, state statute Title 11, titled County Organization and Intergovernmental Relations, Chapter 163, Part 2, Growth Policy, County Municipal Planning, Land Development Regulation. With that, it states very clearly in the state statute that the county is required to follow the current adopted comp plan and land development code. So right now, if we did this, we would be going against a state statute. So just think about that. So I believe, Commissioner Johns, you mentioned and asked the question about clear cutting. So right now, on the conservation residential, which is the correct zoning in my opinion, they would have to preserve 60%. So right above all of your head, pride, preservation, and conservation, they would have to keep 60% of the mature vegetation. Changing it, going against state statute, they could clear cut the entire 10 acres. So with that, and I think I highlighted it for you as well, a rezoning would result in a loss of wetlands, therefore it must be denied, and it should be denied, again, against state statute. Okay, so here I have the proposal not only increases density from 20 to 40, but enables, again, the clear cutting of all the vegetation, including the mature trees. So if we go back to the events in North Carolina, where they just came out after the massive floods and found out that the planning department was ignoring some of their own requirements, here we are again. So to Commissioner Curry, who picked up on it, we had basically, it was a wild, wild west. We built whatever we wanted to build, and therefore we put in some restrictions. We put in a comp plan and land development code. We should be following our comp plan and land development code. But right now we're asking, let's not follow that. Let's just go back to the way it used to be in the wild, wild west and destroy some of our property and build more homes where it shouldn't be built. So I think we need to stick with what we have in place. Looking at the traffic analysis, it states, none of the segments contain sufficient capacity based on existing traffic to serve each potential project upon considered. It should be noted that these segments are already above capacity based on the committed trips in Walton County CMS. So that is in the traffic analysis. Now, I'm going to go back to the last page I have here on this one. And And I loved Mr. King, I'm glad that he stated it, stating, I know I have 19 lots, I bought it with, with only able to put 2-to-1 on this, and that's great. And he said he'd be happy with just staying with the 2-to-1, because that's where I think it should stay. He made that statement, if I have to do that, that's fine. But he wants to do greater, because he said he can have, the use is saying I can spread over the cost of an HOA. At the end of the day, our land development code does not have a profitability for a developer in here. We are talking about what's in our comp plan. We have conservation residential. This property meets those requirements. Residential, it does not. It clearly states cannot have these wetlands and high hazard flood areas. So right now, I think we need to move to not allow this to change. I would like to point out also, and I don't know if any of you went back and read it, but the Planning Commission actually added a memo into the staff report that was never mentioned at the November 12th meeting. And I confirmed with 2 members that they said that they did have it entered into record. And that memo was discussing the destruction of conservation land.
Well, why don't we pause our time for a second? Mr. Carpenter seems to be disputing that's part of the staff report. Since we do take our staff reports, let's go ahead and clarify that right
And
now.
I don't know which planning commission, I think this was the first one.
Matt, would you mind?
The memo she's referring to was presented by Mr. Tricker after the vote as evidence supporting his vote. It had been prepared before the meeting, and he entered it into the record. That was his record, not the record of the Planning Commission. There was no vote to accept that.
Okay.
And that was prepared before the meeting.
And I believe Mr. Tricker, to clarify on this, I believe Mr. Tricker indicated he wanted his statement of reasons for his vote put into the record. Is that correct, Mr. Carpenter? So when you talk about putting into record, he's just entering that into the public record. It is not officially part of our staff report, to clarify.
The other part of the conservation is, if we all remember the long, long meeting on Papa Bear, I think that was a 2-hour session. And the county gave $400,000 for conservation to protect for the Papa Bear project. This would be going against and destroying the conservation that we all said we were here for. So let's consider that. So right now, I'm requesting the BOCC that you make the right decision not to violate the state statutes, just so John King can make a bigger profit. This property needs to remain conservation residential, allowing 2-to-1 building with 60% mature vegetation, and not a residential, allowing a 4-to-1 building, and clear cut the property and go against our current comp plan designation.
Thank you very much.
You want your
Appreciate it.
glasses?
Mr. Chairman?
Anyone?
Mr. Chairman, or Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter, could you come up? Does this project meet the land development code? Yes or no?
This application meets the requirements of an application through the Land Development Code. If the board chose to approve this change, it would not be inconsistent with the current comprehensive plan. We are required to evaluate the comprehensive plan every 7 years. We're in that process now, and the reason we're required to evaluate that is because conditions change. And the state legislature foresaw the possibility that conditions could change that would warrant adjustments to comprehensive plans, and they specified that local governments will do that process every 7 years. And we're in the middle of that process right now. But should the board choose to approve this, and this is the board's decision, it would not be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, in my professional opinion.
Thank you. Mr. Atkinson? If we pass this and follow the advice of our own planning department, would we be violating state law?
I think to call it a violation of state law is perhaps an overstatement of what's occurring here. This is a legislative determination. The board sits here and makes its determination based on the general health, safety, and welfare of the public. It is a policy-based decision. If you find that this is not consistent with the aims and objectives of your comprehensive plan, or that it does not promote the general health, safety, and welfare of the public, it is within your ability to turn it down. You have the most discretion in this. To say that this is directly contradictory to a state law, I think overstates that. I don't find anything before us in this packet that says this is illegal to approve in that sense. In terms of whether or not this complies or does not comply with those provisions of state law, I do think we start to tread into a gray area. I understand the argument they're making there, but I don't think that's what this decision should be based on one way or the other. I think it should be based on whether the board finds this to be in the best interest of the citizens and consistent with the general health, safety, and welfare of the public in Walton County. And I would ask you to make your decision based on that, not whether or not there is a potential state law challenge to this one way or the other.
Anyone else like to speak to this? Please state your name and spell your last name.
Okay, mine's easy to spell. I'm Sarah Hill. I live in Santa Rosa Beach, Don Bishop Road. In my mind, few things are scarier than public speaking. However, partial to total devastation of a limited, scarce, pristine conservation land is scarier than anything. Eliminating green spaces eliminates wildlife and nature's ability to naturally drain stormwater. 3 acres, am I correct in understanding that 3 acres of this parcel is in an AE floodplain or an A flood zone, making it a high flood risk, and building next to that also creates a greater risk? FEMA and our own land development code discourages building and increasing density in a floodplain. The increase in traffic is also a concern, does not meet the land development code. The low-density residential category has no preservation requirement, which would mean we would lose these acres of conservation land. Additionally, this would allow for clear-cutting the property, which Lisa already said everything that I was going to and more, and she did a great job. This strip of land that we occupy, called South Walton, is a fragile, slender island. Safeguards were put in place decades ago to conserve the forests and green spaces so that the danger of flooding and the ability to evacuate safely and timely, if we have to, is not hindered. My own property and many others have become negatively impacted by these rezoning approvals. We have become surrounded by subdivisions and apartments which have the requirement to build up their lots, leaving others with standing water for days, even weeks after a rain. We depend on the trees, longleaf pines, magnolia, scrub oak, tie, and every other nature-made plant to help absorb water. A longleaf pine, which my property alone has 70 of, and we have not changed our conservation residential zoning on my own property. It is left pretty much the way we found it, except for a place to put our house and a pond, which also helps our property drain. But in a heavy rain, the 2 sides of my property still cause my pasture to flood. If we don't have nature, we don't have life. Land this important must be protected. And I stole that from a Yellowstone episode the other night, but it's very true. Land this scarce, this important, must be protected. I also read the thing about the state, that this could go against state laws to continue to ignore the conservation laws. Also against Eglins Flight Path. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please state your name and spell your last name.
Tammy Tolbert, T-O-L-B-E-R-T. I'm a lifelong resident of here, and I have 8 acres down the road, Don Bishop, millions of dollars worth of property. Unlike John King that bought it for $350,000 and trying to turn it into a big piece, I've saved mine for 40 years, and I've waited to build a house and it's my dream home, and I'm ready to build it this year. And what concerns me, of course, is the flooding, the traffic, getting in and out of my road, being able to access my property. And I kind of feel like the sign, pride, preservation, conservation. If it's not broken, why are we fixing it? We have a comprehensive plan. This was a swamp 40 years ago. We put mosquito ditches in and we drained it. Now we're turning it back into a swamp. We're trying to increase the density. FEMA recommends not to. Everyone recommends not to in a floodplain. It's got 20% wetlands, but we're gonna go ahead and do it anyway. So all took to get East Pass was a few men on a boat with a shovel, and East Pass turned into where it is now, and instead of Shoreline Towers where it was. So I'm familiar, I was born here. My father's partner, Dempsey Barron, changed the insurance here. It was a barrier peninsula, barrier island. Nothing could be insured here, so nothing was here but a concrete block house. Senator Dempsey Barron said, let's change that so we can build more than just a concrete block house, and we can build a big house and get insurance. So now we have insurance. Now we have flooding, we have more density, now we have flood insurance. My flood insurance has gone up from $300 to $2,000 a year. I have a rental property that has already flooded past 15 feet. The raccoons were dragging the raw fish up the deck, eating fish on my second floor. So we know flood insurance doesn't cover the second floor. So I didn't get any money for that flood. So all the people around us are gonna be flooding, and this isn't affordable. I have affordable rental. I have one bedrooms for $1,500 when they're $2,200 in town. So just because he's saying it's affordable, $2,000, and plus per house, if you increase the density, that's $40,000, $80,000 per year for that property. So why, if it's not broken, why are we fixing it? And no, I don't like to talk in front of people. You can see I'm shaken to death, but I am so passionate. Yeah, I've been accused of being passionate by that man. I've known him over 40 years. I'm in the real estate business too, but I'm in the conservation business. I've got 4 acres on the water. I spent all morning looking at the trees, 200-year-old long leaves and magnolias and pines, and I've ridden my horse on every piece of property here, on every soil, on every beach, on everything. And I am broken-hearted. My sister's broken-hearted. The state's trying to take her road. It's a private road. I am beyond myself. I'm a card-carrying Indian, and I have it right here. So yes, Muskogee Creek Tribe, and I am upset. Save the trees. Save the preservation. Stop building and destroying South Walton County. Please, I beg you. If it's not broken, don't fix it. Stick to the comprehensive plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this? Yes, ma'am.
I'm Rebecca Baker, B-A-K-E-R. I'm from Santa Rosa Beach, and I write the commissioners occasionally, and it's mostly about trying not to clear cut and trying not to pack the houses in too closely, and coastal resiliency, which I can't even say very well on a microphone, but I'm hoping at some point our commissioners will be getting a presentation on coastal resiliency, because we are not doing very well with what they recommend. We really need to look at that. And if you're getting all one opinion on this from your constituents who elected you, then I would think you would want to listen to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Did you want to speak?
Good afternoon. My name is Johnny King, for the record, K-I-N-G. For the record, I am the son of the applicant. I had the privilege of serving on the Destin City Council for this previous term. We all know that the emails you get are one-sided. I'm very much not opposed to this development. Now, I was raised by this man. He's the model of integrity, model of goodwill and honesty. If you look, these developments put food on the table for me when I was growing up. Put clothes on our back, put us through school. my favorite of the developments my dad has put together is Botany Bayou. If you're not familiar, botany is the study of plants. Nobody cares about the trees, the plants, the wildlife, the environment more than this guy. There will be no clear cutting. If you drive through Forest Park, Botany Bayou, Bayou Point, some of the developments in Destin, they are so well put together. And Botany Bayou centers around oak trees. It centers around trees. There's trees brought in. It's a beautiful place. Forest Park's the same way. It won't be clear cut. We understand the conservation as well or better than anybody. We spend more time in the outdoors than most people in this town. I was born in this county. I was born and raised on this peninsula. Been here my whole life, like many others in this room. I think the fear of clear cutting is a moot point. There's no evidence that the developer's ever done that. You know, this property is gonna be developed by somebody. Whether it's 19 lots or 28 lots, it's gonna be developed by somebody. This county is littered with tract home builders. I have nothing against tract home builders. I'm in the real estate sales business. I've sold a lot of them. But the product you're gonna get, if it's not this, is gonna be far less. We all know that this budget is comprised largely of ad valorem taxes. This will bring in a vast amount of ad valorem taxes. I think the quality of the product that will be offered here is far and away better than what it would be if it stayed 2 to 1. And so that's all I got. Thank you all for your time. I realize this is a thankless job. It's a hard job. I've been there, and there were times I loved it, times I didn't. But I appreciate y'all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone? Yes, ma'am. Please state your name and spell your last name.
Barbara Breerwood, Breerwood. I just want to say that I am from Metairie, Louisiana, and the same thing happened to Metairie, Louisiana. It was wetlands. It was total wetlands, and they built on it, and they continued to build, and they continued to build, and is still flooding today. They have pumping stations. The pumping stations can't even keep up with all the water. It's a nightmare. I was there for the Storm Francine within this year, and my neighbor's car was flooded, and he was in the driveway. This is what's going to happen to Walton County. It is going to be flooding everywhere. And I just want to say that what Mr. King said about, no, it wasn't Mr. King, I'm sorry. It was the other gentleman. He said about the non-engineered properties. Why is it okay for the non-engineered properties to flood? You know, by lifting up this new subdivision. It's going to happen again here. And these flood stations cost millions and millions of dollars, and they can't even keep up to this day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this?
Can I ask one more question?
I'm sorry. No, we have to close public comment. Any more comment from the board? Anyone from the board like to speak? I would. I would like to say that, again, so many people have said, please don't do this. And I've listened to some very passionate people speak just now about how, please don't do this. We already use pump systems to pump water out of people's yards right now in South Walton. We already have terrible traffic problems on a regular basis. We already have displacement of animals all the time, and it's really very, very sad. We already are trying to take people's backyards and roads and things like that. And I think it's really time that we stop and that we do things the right way. And our land development code does say, to Clay's point, that we have to take into consideration the health, the safety, and the welfare of the people of this county. And we are on this board to be your voice and to hear what you have to say. And I feel the same way that you do. And I feel like we need to really be careful. We can destroy this beautiful sliver of land that we have if we continue to just build and max everything out. I think it's time that we stop maxing things out. I'm so tired of seeing so much concrete all over the place and seeing the flood problems. People's homes, people's lives are at stake, and it's just not right. And you're absolutely right. The sign behind us does say pride, preservation, conservation. And we need to remember that. And we need to remember that your safety is first and foremost. And for that reason, I'm voting no. But we do have a motion and a second on the board. I'm sorry, would you like to speak? Go ahead.
They get the last
Oh,
choice,
okay.
so you need
Okay.
I got
Curry.
something.
Go ahead, Mr. Curry.
So, I feel that we put a Band-Aid on this situation in '96, no matter how strong the Band-Aid is or whatever, and right now I feel like we're wanting to rip that Band-Aid off. You know, we have DPZ that's gonna be, you know, giving us some information and direction, and at this point, I just don't feel that, you know, we need to change something that we know. We have prime examples. Just look to the east, look to the west, to go by, and knowing what does or doesn't work. And if we choose to ignore that, then there's nobody to blame but these folks right up here. So I think you know what I'm voting.
Curtis, did you want to finish?
As you know, every time I get these comments from the public, I always have to try to come up and refute, but also hopefully reassure some of these members that we as the engineer, we're just like doctors, environmental scientists, stuff. We have licenses that protects you and the public and everyone from the developers. That's what we're here for. We have codes and regulations. If we're ever challenged on something, it's a third-party board and our license. It has nothing to do with them. So we're always here to help the public. And when I get brought in to do these projects, when I first was brought in for these, I was doubtful. And then as I started studying the land uses around this property and around the other one, excuse me, I started to kind of understand what we can do to help improve these. We know we can't do it with conservation residential. I'm hopeful that we come to some good resolution on what the current director's determination was and how that works with conservation residential. Because one thing that kept getting said earlier was try not to pack the houses in too tightly and clear cutting things. With conservation residential, the way that it has been traditionally done here, I don't have any other choice. I have to do that. We're required to put that preservation and things in common areas outside the lots. I can't spread it out. I can't give you a bigger lot with a house intermingled with mature trees. I can't do it. We have to pack it into a can, leave some things around it. That means I have to fill it. I have to go 2 stories to get any square footage. That's what we have to do. If we can spread it out, which low-density residential allows us to do, a good example is the project we recently got approved on Mac Bayou. That's about 32 lots, I think. We put a permeable roadway on that project. And I've actually shown John that, and that's what we plan to do on this project, if we can make it a project. By doing a permeable roadway, the stormwater goes right into the road. It doesn't run off. It doesn't go in pipes. I have an overflow at the end of it, but that's the way it works. What that allows me to do is not have to clear cut, not have to fill it up 3 feet, and bring all the houses in really tightly packed. If I do that, I can't save the roots. I cannot keep the heavy equipment from destroying the roots and protecting the trees. A design like that, the conservation residential with these tiny lots right next door to the lots that aren't doing that because they didn't have to. We do have to now. I want to be more like those lots, spread them out so we can have a product like we had in Botany Bayou, like we had in Forest Park. But to say that it's misinformation, and I understand that I have a lot of work to do as a professional, especially with South Walton Community Council. I know those members and folks well. I've done a lot of stormwater plans for those folks, so they understand what we do. I'm also going to bring some things to this board hopefully soon to kind of help understand the flooding characteristics of wetlands and things. But unless we use the property smartly, we can't design around these things. If we're shoehorned into this tightly packed conservation residential, my hands are tied. I have to give them the best product we can give them that I can tell you from 15 years in this business, I can't design much on those CR properties. With a low-density residential, I can. I can make something that's a little bit more similar to what's there beside them. I've got rooms for ponds in the front that can help take some floodwaters off of the public drainage ditches. We always add extra capacity in those things that can always pull some water out of them. But I've got to be able to do it. I can't, we have a bus stop on this one. I can't build a bus stop if we don't have a project. So that's why we're doing these things. And one more thing that I wanted to address was they were noting some things from the traffic report. I brought it up earlier. That traffic analysis was done, I believe, in January or February before the 98 widening was done. So the information about the roads being over capacity is not true. It's not true anymore because that was completed. Also, we did it based on not only the residential like we're doing now, but we did it based on neighborhood infill, which allowed the dense commercial, which we're not asking for anymore. So there's additional information. That report is what they're citing that doesn't pertain anymore. So I needed to clarify that. The North Carolina and the Louisville flood situation is nothing, it's not even remotely close to what we deal with here in Walton County. I've engineered in Western Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Georgia, Alabama, all over the country, California even. We have a very unique situation here with the flatter lands and the high groundwater and things like that. And we have an understanding of how we deal with that. The issues that they had were riparian floodplains and some other things. That doesn't pertain to this. So when you keep getting these comments about that, it's just not accurate. And I'm going to do my best to go meet with community council and some members to help understand that. And I'll bring some information to this board as well at some point as I can free up some time to help understand the way all these things work so we can stop floating around this misinformation because it's just not accurate. It's not the way the engineering world works. All right, I think that was it. John, have you had any responses?
Thank you, Curtis. Commissioner, I have.
State your name, please.
Oh, pardon me, John King. I have no history of clear cutting anything. This project, as approved prior, would require that. If we kept with this design, there's not going to be a single tree left on those 19 lots. And the reason is the way they built it up is you're going to kill every tree. So, you know, when you, and I hope, I don't know if the landscape reconsideration ordinance is part of it, but I definitely add a lot to that. And I'll say that because, not to sound arrogant, but if you look at my projects, by the way, even where the roads are, the trees that had to come out of there, that now 38-year-old was splitting the wood. We wouldn't throw anything into a landfill. But back then, and this is, I hope this is part of, clearly, I'm not going to get votes today, but I hope that what you'll do as part of this landscape ordinance is allow the landowner to, as he bush hog the property, allow the surveyor to get in there and put tree surveys. If you look at my projects, the way that the meandering is you're going around specimen trees. The public doesn't really realize what they don't know many people don't know the difference between great development and crap development, I'm sorry. And when if I get my design, what this allows me to do is have that road near the current elevation. So when I put that road in, I can keep every specimen trees and a lot of trees on here, and you'll be able to, I mean, the challenge with roads at this water table is if you recess that road, you can't make the separation. We've talked about this in your ponds. But if you would, I'll use John Martin's development, their Mac Bayou Estates. He built the road up 3 feet for his ponds to work out. So every owner has got to clear their entire lot to get dirt in there to be 12 inches above the crown of the road. And so that type of development like this is planned, and I'm not knocking Mr. Smith, but there's no way to keep trees. But the way that I'm doing, I would like to have the ability to bush hog it and have a tree survey that doesn't cost me $70,000. But that's just great development. As far as the public health, I had to be here today because it's over 10 acres. In that area, I've got a bus stop plan, these fountains, and probably move the lift station for regional to tap into. So this is great development. If you can't see it and you're going to listen to a lot of false statements, I'm sorry. I wish that the public would at least go look at some things I've done. Maybe maybe I would have some credibility that clearly I don't have with some of the people here. So, thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second on the floor. The motion is to approve, and the second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion does not pass at 3-2. It did not pass. 3-2.
Don't we have to do something? Don't we have to have a denial if we don't have a approval?
This was a motion to approve and it failed. I think that's all we need to do.
Okay.
I think it is too.
You can take a break.
Yeah, we're going to
Yes.
take about a 5-minute break. let's get back to going.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next section is quasi judicial and will need to be sworn.
Anyone wishing to speak on the remaining items on today's agenda, those are listed on the published agendas 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, needs to be sworn at this time. Please stand, raise your right hand, and repeat after me. I do hereby swear or affirm
I do hereby swear or affirm
that the testimony I present
that the testimony I present
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Staff in the audience are sworn.
Thank you, Commissioners. We're on agenda item number 8, the Water Sound Villas on the Fairway plat. It's a request to approve by final plat. Rosanna Edwards of our staff has reviewed this, and I'll ask her to briefly introduce it.
This is the Water Sound Villas on the Fairway plat. It's a request to approve by final plat. It's project number PLA 24-000036. This is a plat application consistent with the previously approved development orders, Major 19-16 and the LTM 2469. And it's been submitted by Interlight Engineering Corporation on behalf of WATH LLC. They're requesting to plat 64 multifamily units, common area, and the associated infrastructure on 9.7 plus or minus acres. Project site has a future land use and a zoning district of Bay Walton Sector Plan Village Center. Project is in District 5 and it's located at 403 Breaker Street and identified by the parcel number in your staff report. You could enter the staff report into the record.
So moved.
These are existing townhomes under common ownership. Right now, they're just subdividing the lots for individual sale. That's where we are.
It is consistent with the development order,
It is consistent with Walton County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan,
and a
yes.
boundary survey and title opinions as required by Florida statute have been submitted.
They have been submitted, yes.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion among the board? Seeing none, any discussion among the audience? Seeing none, David, I'm assuming you don't want to speak?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Have a happy Thanksgiving, David.
You all too. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and continue with the next item if that's all right.
Okay?
That is the Seacoast Estates Lot 67 replat. It's a request to approve by final plat. It's project number PLA 24-000022. This is a plat application consistent with the previously approved major development order 2115 and less than minor 2409. It's been submitted by Baker Engineers LLC on behalf of Seacoast Estates LLC. They're requesting to replat lot 67 and the adjacent common area on 2.06 plus or minus acres. It has a future land use of rural residential and a zoning district of rural village. Property's in District 3, and it's located from the intersection of Highway 331 North and US Highway 90. It's approximately 2.7 miles north on the west side of US Highway 331. It's identified by the parcel numbers in your staff report. You could enter that into the record.
So moved.
This was approved, the TRC July 17th, 2024. Today, staff presents the subject application is complete and substantially consistent with Walton County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. I have nothing further unless you have
Same
questions.
questions. Survey is submitted as well as title opinion and consistency with Florida statute.
Yes, it has.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any questions from the board? Any questions from the audience? Seeing none, and Mr. Representative of Development, do you want to say anything? Good choice. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
Thank you, Commissioners. This moves us to agenda number 10, the Twin Lakes Camp Resort Improvements. This is a major development that's been reviewed by Rosanna Edwards also, and I'll ask her to introduce it.
Rosanna, you've been busy,
I could have
hadn't
stayed. This is Twin Lakes Camp Resort Improvements. This is a request to approve by final order. It's project number MAJ 24-00003. This is a major development application submitted by Baker Engineers LLC on behalf of TLCR LLC. They were requesting to expand the existing camp resort to include 37 RV sites, and I do want to make the correction, it is 10 campsites. I'll address that in a moment, on 11 plus or minus acres. The project site has a future land use of rural residential and a zoning category of rural village. Property is in District 3. It's located on Holly King Road and Bell Drive and identified by the parcel numbers in your staff report. If you would please enter the staff report into the record and
So moved.
also the public comment into the record that I provided to you
Okay, so
prior to the
moved.
meeting.
Thank you.
May 1st of 2024, the project was unanimously conditionally approved by the TRC. August 8th, 2024, 6-0 vote by the Planning Commission to recommend approval to the board. Today, I did just want to highlight a few things. This will be done in 3 phases. It's an existing RV park prior to the comprehensive plan predating 96. We're expanding that. They will be doing it in 3 phases. The additions include phase 1, which is located on the northwest side of the existing resort. It will consist of removal of 1 cabin and the addition of 28 RV sites. Then phase 2, which is south of the dam, of the causeway, that particular parcel is the subject of an existing code violation. So there are 7 sites existing. We are adding 3, but the entirety needs to be approved as part of this development, if that's the case. And that includes the tent sites. Phase 3 is located on the northeast side of the existing resort, and it will include 9 RV sites. Public comments, I know you haven't probably had the time to read all of those. In summary, we're concerned with the expansion in the residential area. I can answer any other questions. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Okay, go ahead.
It says on one of these letters that they don't object to phase 1 or 3, they just object to phase 2.
It's primarily phase 2 where the tent sites are.
Right.
And currently in violation.
What can we do about that?
Well, they would need the DO approval to continue operating on that site.
Would they continue operating as they are now, or?
Not phase
what
2, and not the addition of the other 37 units. So the overall site, if we increase, will be approximately 20 acres. Right now, I think they have, because we're adding acreage to the existing site. Right now, on the north side, those are parcels they're adjacent to what's already there. And phase 2 is what's across the causeway there.
Is there any way to break that out of this?
I think that's the board's discretion there to decide.
Okay. But the reason I ask is because it says that the large permanent structures, well, until recently had electric power? What it says?
Those were, I think there's some photos in some of those public comments, the phase 2, what was permitted without approval. I think that's what you're looking at there is,
Okay.
are those structures.
Okay. And the fact that it's right next to residential area?
Both sides are. There's residential to the north and there's residential to the south.
Are there any buffers at all that are going to be?
There are
put in?
landscape buffers. To the south, there's actually a road and some existing vegetation that buffers the residential lots from the campsites. So there is some buffer.
Is that a good wide buffer, or is it just kind of?
I don't know the width of the buffer,
Okay.
the exact
Okay.
width of it.
Thank you.
Okay, what's the wishes of the board?
Could could I ask Rosanna or Ms. Edwards another question? On this code complaint, could you explain what's been done, what's this?
The code violation was for the construction of the camp sites
No permit.
without a permit. So the expansion of the RV resort south of the dam. Phase 2 is what we're calling it.
Have they built a road on that dam?
There haven't been any additional improvements as part of this, no.
So they're just walking across from the main unit to?
From what I understand, but Nolan may be able to answer that better.
Because my understanding, they would have to come in, because that's where the office and the check-in is on the north side.
It
Golf-
says-
Golf carts,
They letting golf carts go across there?
that's,
It says here that the parking on the other side of the dam and carrying everything by hand or golf cart to the tent.
yes.
So this is basically at the end of Bell Drive?
Phase 2 is.
Hmm?
Phase 2 is at the
Yeah,
end of Bell
is at
Drive,
the-
yes.
And that is a fairly extensive residential area.
So to eliminate phase 2 out of that, then, and phase 1 would still be operational and be fine,
Well,
correct?
Phase 1, 2, and 3, yes, the existing site is inside of those phases. So we can expand in any one of those directions, I suppose.
Okay. Well, based on the fact that they have a code violation now, and based on the fact that it's close to residential neighborhood, and based on the fact that people took the time to write about this, that if there was any way to remove phase 2 and just approve phase 1 and 3, I would be okay with that. Does that make sense to you?
And although there is some comments about 1 and 3.
Does the applicant, would the applicant consent to that, given the pending code violation? He's standing behind you there.
Nolan Baker, Baker Engineers, BAKER. The whole purpose of the CO is to clear up the code violation, so if we remove phase 2 from it, you know, it just kind of goes against what we were trying to accomplish here with the county. Those letters that you got as of yesterday, I've got some, Mr. O'Neill replied to those. There are a lot of facts that are not correct in those. The noise that's coming, they're hearing, is actually some residents behind to the south of them and to the south of the campground. The campground themselves has routinely called police for noise violations or noise complaints in that area. So it's a neighborhood issue. It's not coming from the campground because they don't want their guests here and all that stuff either. So the campground has, you know, staff that's on site 24/7, and they're monitoring the site to make sure there's, you know, no issues like that. And the other letter referenced about the utilities there on the campsites themselves. That's not true, but the campsite's got power, water, and septic. There are existing 7 campsites there, and with this, it would add 3 more, which would be what's permitted through all the utility permits that we've got so far for that area. See what, so, again, the sites are accessed from the existing campground, the phase 2 sites are. It's not like they're coming in from Bell Drive on that side. And there's a 20-foot landscape buffer against the residential, and then there's another road right-of-way that's undeveloped, that's against one of the persons that filed that complaint
So
as well.
there's really not a buffer there, it's just the road right-of-way?
Yeah, it's like a 40 or 50-foot road right-of-way there. There's no road there, so it's just, you know, vegetation there already. So, and then as far as the other phases, we've got putting in 20-foot buffers against all those, against all those boundary lines over there on the other phase 1 and 3 as well.
Could that road go away? Or could that road be developed?
But if the county choose to do so.
It's a county road?
Yes,
So
sir.
that's county maintained? I mean, it's
Well,
county right away?
County right away, yeah. It actually goes all the way down to the water, I believe.
Wow. And it's how many feet?
I'm thinking it's 50, maybe, I mean, it's 40 at very least. I'm thinking it's 50 though. Can't remember off the top of my head.
So, if in the future we wanted to put a boat ramp in there, that's not gonna be a problem, I assume.
I mean, that's y'all's prerogative.
Some of the other things that people mentioned on this particular one, they said just last weekend they were kept up into the early morning hours by an extremely loud party at one of the tents. And then they also are concerned about fire pits and barbecue burning, to wee hours. And then there's also concern about water contamination and the need that it's gonna be septic tanks,
Okay.
so.
Yeah, the noise is what I was talking about in the beginning there.
Right.
That was from the adjacent neighbors, and they're routinely loud over that area. It's not coming from the campground. That weekend, in particular, that they're questioning, there was only one reservation for 10 over there on that side of the dam, and it was one mother with two small children. So it wasn't them, and their staff was on site as well. So they're just
Somebody call the police, sheriff's department.
I don't know if they did that weekend or not.
Come up here if
Doesn't
you're gonna
say.
speak, sir, and state your name. Spell your last name.
Patrick O'Neill, O''N''E''I''L''. My son-in-law is the manager there, and he did get up, he heard the noise, and he went and investigated it, and he was about to call the police, and then they turned the music down. But as Nolan said, I have a printout that I gave Roseanne of the reservations for those tents, and there was only one person there. It was a mother with their two small children, and the two neighbors who sent in letters yesterday, they both lived in the area for about 4 months. They bought about 4 months ago. They're not familiar with the historical noise violations that are coming from someone who's behind the tents that we call the police on all the time. Because when they have loud music and parties, it goes across the water and you can hear it on the other side of the campground. But it's not the type of clientele that I have, and I was accused of not having rules. I brought a book of those rules here. If you'd like to see those, it's 36 pages long. I've been accused of not having utilities. Yes, there are utilities there. We were accused of people using the bathroom outdoors. I have a permitted septic tank in this area, and the 10 tents that we're asking for permission to be there for, I'm not in agreement that I need to ask for permission for those. That's why we have a code violation, and it's been going on for multiple years. We were asked to cure that with coming in and asking for a permit, and I said, okay, we will do that, even though I don't agree that we're in a violation at all. I have letters from the two previous owners going all the way back to Ben Holly 50 years ago, that area of those two non-platted lots before the subdivision was built were part of the campground. And they have a historic use as part of the campground, and they are not platted. The person whose parents were the first managers of this campground over 50 years ago worked for the health department her whole life. She was the first person to manage a pool in Walton County because we have the oldest pool in Walton County. And they hired her from there into the health department because she knew how to manage a pool, because she took care of it. She came to me and she said, Pat, this is a great area over here. I think you should have a bathhouse over here in this camping area. And I said, I've been thinking the same thing. She said, draw it up and I'll give you the permit for it. So we had someone who used to work for the health department, who was part of the original complaint, draw the drawing up. She approved it, the health department approved it, and we put in a septic tank. Florida Statute 513 says that the county, and that's not just Walton County, but any county, has no jurisdiction when it comes to inside of a campground and their septic permit. It is fully the jurisdiction of the state of Florida. So the state of Florida gave me this permit in an area that was already historically being used as the campground, and I put in 7 temporary structures, temporary tents, with an option to put in 3 more. All the utilities are there for the 10 and already permitted. One of the neighbors came out because I bought 4 lots next door to the campground to create a buffer into Dogwood Terrace, and I wanted to do a walking trail. So I had a load of dirt brought in, and I had the dirt dropped off on the property. And the neighbor called and said, you can't have dirt on this property. You can't be bringing in dirt over here. That's when the code violation came in. And they said, what are you doing here? And I said, well, I have bought these 4 lots, and I have fenced them in, and I have cleaned them up.
And whoever made the comment, that's a really high dense residential neighborhood. You need to go over there and drive through Dogwood Terrace. There's 40 lots in Dogwood Terrace. Less than half of them have a mobile home on them. Some of them have mobile homes on them that have been there for 30 or 40 years. And they are dilapidated, the windows are broken out, and they can't improve them, and they won't move them, and they just sit there. And about another 25% of them are just full of trash and debris. That's what the lots look like when I bought the lots. I bought them and I cleaned them all up and I fenced them all in. Just have a walking trail, just a nature trail from the campground across the dam through there. Then the code violation came in, and I had to not build that trail. And then someone came over in the campground, one of the code people, and said, well, we don't really think you should have these tents. And whose dam is that anyway? And who owns these lakes? And where'd you get the permit for this and all? And I showed it all to them. And then they said, well, these are platted lots. And I proved to them they're not platted lots. Well, then they came over to the other side of the campground. Well, you can't have tiny homes over here. They went through about 6 different things saying you can't do this. And we proved every single time that I have absolutely the right to use those things and to do those things. And so because it went back and forth and on for so long, for so many years, the planning department said, well, you bought some other property around the campground. If you'd like to use that, why don't you just come in and ask for a permit? So that's why we're here today, because they asked me to come see them and they approved it. The planning department has approved this, technical review has approved this, and we're asking to solve the code enforcement issue with the tents, which I don't necessarily agree is a violation anyway. And if you say no, we're going right back to court, and we're gonna get our rights for that, and we're probably gonna do a Bird J. Harris Act and sue the county for the lack of use of that area. So the solution was come in and ask for a permit, and that's what we've done.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Mr. Carpenter, is that accurate?
Is this development order a remedy for a code case? Yes, sir, it is.
That's what I was asking. And what was the vote at the planning commission? I think it was 6-0, but I just won't get it on the record.
Yeah, 6-0. And Ms. Johns, your comment about the water quality, we're providing stormwater treatment for all these phases, which is catching, the new stuff plus all the existing stuff as well. So providing treatment for it even gets to the lake as well. So improving the water quality of the lakes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Are these the tents?
Ask the applicant. Somebody come up and answer that question, please.
Are these the tents? Tents have changed, I guess, in a while, since I've been in one. It's a what?
It's called glamping.
What'd you say, Mr. Curry? I didn't.
Yeah, I just said the tents have changed in a while since I've been in one.
Where's you getting that picture from?
From the package.
Oh. Yeah, that ain't like my little pup tent.
Any other questions for the applicant? Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Anybody from the audience that wishes to talk? Well, just a second. You'll get a chance. You get the last word, so.
The motion was to do it without section 2.
No.
The motion was to approve.
Motion was to approve the,
All three.
Yes. Anybody from the audience wish to talk? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
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 3-2 in favor. You guys are done.
y'all can stay and talk though if you want.
But outside.
Mr. Baker, he didn't let no grass grow. Get out of here.
Thank you, Commissioners. That brings us to agenda number 11, the Sand Dollar Court replat. This is requested approved by final plat. It's been previously reviewed by Tim Brown, who can't be with us today. It's a minor plat application consistent with the previously approved development order minor 23-100005, submitted by GeoPoint Surveying on behalf of Sandra and Thomas Law Disdart, requesting approval to replat one single-family lot into two single-family lots on approximately 0.28 acres. Future land use of residential in a zoning category of neighborhood infill. Properties in District 5, north of Sand Dollar Court, east of Somerset Bridge Road, and is identified by the parcel number in your package. Most of the board may remember a vacation of a government patent easement on this particular lot some months back, actually in 2023, August 8th. That encumbered this particular lot, which was one lot in this small subdivision that had a 33-foot easement on it. The board removed that easement. The applicant has come back to divide that lot to take advantage of the vacation of this easement. So we're asking to split this one lot into two lots, which was their original request several years ago when they first came in with the subdivision, and the board opted not to vacate the easement at that time. Let's say this lot's presently valued at about $500,000. There will be a recreation fee payment required also, consistent with the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan.
So did they go from 4 lots to 3 lots and then change that?
They were originally applying for 4 lots. They did not get 4 lots. They got 3 lots because they were hoping to have the easement vacated. It didn't happen when the original plat was, or original subdivision development order was approved. Subsequent to that, after passage of time, they came back and applied to remove the easement off Lot 3. The board agreed to that last August of 2023, and now they've come back to divide this large lot that had the easement before, which no longer has it, into 2 smaller lots.
How small are they?
Well, we're taking 0.28 acres and making 2 lots, so approximately 0.14 acres each, which is about 8 units to the acre.
You wouldn't happen to know what the vote was on the abandonment, do you?
At the planning commission,
No, I mean at the board.
when I don't know that I have that. The applicant's indicating it was unanimous at the time.
Must have been
I
good,
do-
because
I do recall there
I
being
don't
quite a
usually
bit-
vote for abandonments.
There was quite a bit of discussion about that particular abandonment that involved neighbors to the north and to the south, and the board ultimately. It was in an area, and yes, sir, we don't like to approve those abandonments, and I generally oppose those for all of the reasons we've learned in the last 15 years. This was a unique circumstance where Public Works said that they don't have any utility for this particular segment of the previous easement. We use everything to the south, and some portions to the south had been abandoned in years past, but
I remember it now, and
they
I'm like
normally-
you, I rarely vote for abandonments, but I
and
did
they
vote for
normally
this one.
object to every one of them, and we would expect that, but in this particular case, they did not place an objection on this one.
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Did the applicant wish to speak?
Stephen Tatum, Tatum, on behalf of the applicant. I don't have anything that I plan to say on this unless you have questions. But I will clarify one thing. There was a development order approved back in 2020 for 4 lots. After that, when we went, and this was before I was involved, but when they went to the plating process, the easement was discovered by the county surveyor. And that's what we were trying to clean up, and we got that done last August.
Anybody from the audience want to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Barbara Breerwood, Breerwood. I live in that area, and I remember when, for August 8th of 2023, there was the abandonment of the property, the 33 feet. Well, at that time, the board said that they may put a cell phone tower there. And so now I guess they just decided they weren't going to do that. And I guess I missed the meeting where the 33 feet was abandoned, and I'm sorry I did miss it. But these lots are small, and on one lot, they are building one house. The second lot, they want to build 2 houses. And they're small lots. I'm afraid of the flooding into my neighborhood. When they plotted the land, they took property, they extended what they owned, is what I'm saying. And we had that corrected. So it isn't consistent with the neighborhood there at all, the houses that they are building. And I just think it would be, you know, we don't want more density. This is more density, and I'm just afraid of flooding in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. They are awful small lots.
Anybody else? Stephen, you want to answer that?
I will. To the lot size, if you will look at, I don't know how you have it on your iPad, but this is an aerial of the area. These lots are identical in size to every other lot. On here, it's 1 of 8, but then it's also 4 of 57. I think it's 4 of 57 of this particular item.
4 of 57, okay.
Yes, ma'am. And it's as big or bigger than all the lots in that area. So they're the same size or bigger than the ones that are to the east of us. Also, I will note there is still a 33-foot utility and roadway easement to the east in that adjacent development. And also, as far as the cell phone tower goes, these patent deed easements were specific for public utilities and roadways. So a cell phone tower wouldn't be compatible with the easement language. Finally, the development order includes a drainage plan, obviously, with stormwater retention. There is an association that these 4 lots make up. So the owners of it will be the HOA who are responsible for maintaining the stormwater pond that's already been designed and approved.
Go ahead, Mr. Atkins.
And Mr. Tatum or Mr. Carpenter, either one can answer this. Will this replat memorialize the 7.5-foot side setback on the easternmost boundary of the property that was part of the original abandonment?
Yes, it does. And it is labeled on the plat as a utility easement also.
Mr. Carpenter, is that correct? All right, that's consistent with the board's unanimous abandonment.
Anybody else?
I just think they're really small, and I think that we're just cramming too much into one space. That's my opinion.
Anyone else?
My curiosity is elevated to the highest point. What is the truth? Are they, you're representing that they're identical size, and it's being represented by others that they're smaller? What is the tell story?
I don't know the numbers, but a real quick eye test, if you want to look at this real fast. So that red area is what will be split in half. The two lots that are to the east of it to the west of it are the other two lots in the subdivision. The rest of those lots you see right there, they're the same size, are from previous development in that area.
What about that road? How are the people gonna get to the other neighborhood to the north of that, or?
Somerset Bridge.
That's right, they got access already through Somerset Bridge. In fact, at the abandonment hearings, they showed up wanting this abandoned because they wanted to make sure a road didn't try to come through that part of their development at some point.
They wanted it closed off.
Yes.
That is reflected in the record.
I'm starting to remember this coming as well.
Anyone else? You through me, John?
I think so.
Anyone else? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
Nay.
Passes 4-1.
Thank you, and you'll have a good Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to you too.
Thank you, Commissioners. That brings us to the final item on our agenda today. This is agenda number 12, the Sugar Dunes Estates Detailed PUD. This is a major development that's been reviewed by Stephen Schoen, and I'll ask Stephen to briefly introduce it for us.
While Stephen's coming up, I want to make a couple notes for the record. I know some of the board had received public comment. I know board members have made their quasi-judicial disclosures for people who've come forward discussing this. Specifically, you've had some people approach discussing a related case dealing with a easement issue for one of these 33-foot patent deed easements and a potential roadway issue that is before the circuit court in Walton County. And that at this time, while the final judgment has been orally pronounced by Judge Wells, has not been entered, I've reviewed that matter. I have discussed it briefly with Mr. Carpenter in planning. I do not believe the court's ruling directly affects the county's rights one way or the other. The county is not a party to that litigation. I do not believe the court found that the preservation area on other related lots that are not part of this development were actually abandoned or lost, but merely that the preservation area exists on the plat at the same time the easement does. All of that being said, the issue primarily was that roadway going to be improved or opened and affect the neighborhoods to the south and otherwise. I've spoken prior to today, because I did not have the final judgment available with me, just to see what we could do to eliminate that point of contention today, one way or the other. I've spoken to the applicant's attorney. They have acknowledged that if this was approved today, it would be a condition of the development order and the detailed PUD that the road would not be, that roadway would not be improved by the developer, and they would stipulate that that is, to the extent it is a public easement, a patent deed easement, that would be within the county's exclusive province and rights, or we'd ever do anything with it. But they will not be improving that roadway. In my mind, that eliminates the primary questions of that court case's impact on this case and resolves that if that is a condition of the development order. Mr. Schoen, you're familiar with that issue and what I'm talking about broadly?
I am, yeah, broadly. It is not a condition in the staff report, but we can certainly add that.
So there you go. So it would be added, but I wanted the board to know that Mr. Shipman acknowledged that. Is that a fair representation, Mr. Shipman?
Yes, we've never asserted that there's a dirt road called Old Winston Circle, and it has apparently been there since at least 1949. The federal government apparently put it in when they owned the land. That dirt road where this development is, at one time was a clay and sand mine operated by the Crawford family, who's driven up and down that dirt road to go where Jimmy Crawford lives at the end of it since 1973. What the court ruled on, and I don't really even follow all this, other than I know Mr. Morrell isn't happy about the road because he bought his lot sight unseen and didn't bother to read the plat.
Oh, I don't agree with that at all.
Well, Commissioner, honestly, it was improper for you even to talk to him about it, but I was at the hearing, I made the argument.
Hold on a second, Mr. Shipman.
I questioned him and he
I'm just
testified to it
asking
under
one question
oath.
about the,
Hold on.
hold on a second. Certainly, Commissioner, you understand how to disclose ex parte communications, so I will trust the Commissioner has
Absolutely.
discharged her duties correctly. That being said, I don't want us to get into the road if we can, Mr. Shipman. If the understanding
Yeah,
is the
this-
road is
this
not
road
being approved,
Has
that's all I'm.
nothing to do with this development.
But it is correct, my representation, this road, that can be a condition of the DO, this road will
Right.
not be improved by the developer.
Right. All the court did was
All I want on the
rule,
record.
that the road exists, it's a public right-of-way, it's a dirt road, but we're not asking, my belief legally is that for anything to happen to that road beyond what is there, the county would have to do it. It's a public road, but it's just a dirt road. And is not being drawn up to access our subdivision. Part of it meanders over on their land. They can't do away with it, neither can Mr. Morrell.
Are you suggesting that people can use that dirt road to take their golf carts and drive down to the beach?
They would have to, when they get to the end of the dirt road, they would have to then enter private roads that are another subdivision, but I guess if that subdivision wanted to let them drive down those private roads, they could, but this is an existing dirt road that has been there since at least 1949, has been driven on by some people and the county, that was the evidence in the case, since at least 1973, but it is not part of our development. We're not improving the road, we're not using the road to access the development, it's just a dirt road that was there.
And why is the dirt road a part of this discussion whatsoever then?
I don't know.
And I'll answer that, Commissioner. It has been brought up by members of the public who are concerned that the dirt road that meanders onto their property and goes below could become another point of access that would allow this neighborhood to have access in the future through other private developments directly to 30A. And the concern was it would be overburdening those roads, that easement or otherwise. To clarify it, that's why I wanted to put on the record. Candidly, I don't believe, I think what I'm doing is redundancy. I want everybody to understand that. I think it is a legal redundancy. It is an easement. The court's ruling did not obviate the preservation area on part of this. I don't see a reason why the developer would have even been able to develop it. But since it's not, and the developer is willing to put that on the record, it's one thing for Mr. Shipman or the developer to stand here and say, we're not gonna do it. It's another thing for them to say, we're not gonna do it and put it in the development order. That's fine.
I mean, we don't care if it's a development order,
That's why I wanted added, just so there's no question, if Mr. Shipman's not here and his client's not here in the future, I'm asking that be added to assuage the concerns. Because it's one thing for me to sit here and say that can't happen. It's another thing for them to say it. And then 20 years from now, somebody says, I thought that wouldn't ever be able to happen, and then lo and behold, something else has changed.
Well, the county, my position on it legally is, it's a public road right-of-way. It's up to the county.
Of course, if we choose to open it, we can. That's up
Beyond
to
that
us.
dirt, what the existing dirt road is, and so you understand what the case is really about, it was where Matt Morrell went
Mr.
out.
Shipman, would you please treat me with some respect?
I didn't realize I wasn't.
Well, you weren't.
Okay. I would like to explain what the case is really about. That case was about where Matt Morrell went out after the county refused to abandon the road and sawed pine trees down in the, quote, preservation area and built a barricade across the road. So then Jimmy Crawford, who uses the road to access his house, filed suit because it was a public road right-of-way. A year ago, Judge Green entered a final summary judgment on that order. In fact, we talked about it. We talked about it when we were here on the conceptual PUD. I've had to talk about it with Mr. Morrell at the Planning Commission because he's upset that there's a road that goes on his property. But it is a road. What the court found, we had an evidentiary hearing. Mr. Morrell got to testify along with other people. The road has been there since 1949, and the Crawford family has used it to access their clay pit, which is now going to be this development. And Mr. Crawford drove on it to get to his house. All the case was about was the court finding that, yes, there is a public road right-of-way there, and there is a public road, and Mr. Morrell can't go out and saw pine trees down and build a barricade across it.
If this doesn't have anything to do with your development, then what is your concern?
I didn't. I was approached by the county attorney.
Yeah,
telling
I'm
me
the one
that-
who brought the request to add this condition in to resolve this issue so that we would never have a concern about the people in the Sugar Dunes Estates PUD utilizing this and improving it to turn it into something it is not.
Right.
Right.
And so I'm moralizing, I agree it's ours, I agree it's ours to do, but I will say this. And Mr. Shipman's probably gonna tell me, well, this couldn't happen. But I can tell you this, when you approve a plat off of this PUD, because that plat's gonna come back, and with all due respect, the board's almost certainly gonna have to approve that plat if it complies with the record plat statute. When that happens, there's gonna be a 33-foot strip on there. And it may well be listed as a public roadway. And developer may come before the board and say, hey, we're dedicating it, but we're gonna pave it. And a board in the future may sit there and say, that's great, thank you for paving a road for us, Mr. Developer. And now they've backed into something that we never thought would happen today. Not because they tricked us today, but because intents change or people change. So what I'm trying to do is merely remove any uncertainty. They are not improving this road. If it ever is gonna be improved, it will be on the county to do it. And I will put on the record, I think it would be absolutely incredible for our Public Works Department to determine the need to improve a roadway that is behind two different private roads and has no direct public access. So the likelihood of that happening seems very, very unlikely. So I was merely bringing Mr. Shipman up here because it's important that I get the applicant on the record they're agreeing to that condition of the DO. I'm not trying to make this a contract zoning issue. It is merely putting in writing what is implicit. But we attorneys, as Mr. Shipman I'm sure would tell you, while we understand what the implicit parts of these things are, sometimes it gets lost and then you suffer when somebody says, well, why wasn't that in writing? And you hear that all the time. Well, why didn't you just get it in writing? So I'm trying to do this just to fully protect everybody's interest who's complained about it. And I was hoping I would bring this up at the start of the hearing to eliminate those issues later in this process. I may have failed to do that in an expedient manner, and I apologize if I was not as quick on that as I wanted.
I had no intention of bringing this up today until the county
No, I
attorney
don't believe you
came to
did either.
me. My first reaction when it came to me was, what does that have to do with this development?
That is a fair statement, and I said, I'm just trying to check this box for everybody.
So we can end this discussion by, Mr. Shipman, do you agree with Mr.
We
Atkins?
agree that we're fine with putting a development order that the developer will not improve the road beyond the dirt road that exists there. In fact, we'll go a little further. Our position is, we can't do anything with that road.
That's all we needed.
That's
We're
what
good.
we need.
Thank
Okay.
you. So,
Okay.
sorry for making that more difficult than it needed to be.
No, but I'm glad that happened. Thank you.
And I'm sorry if I seemed a little frazzled. I have to admit, I started out with, why is this even part of our discussion today? So I agree with you. I didn't understand it either. I wouldn't have brought it up.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm glad that that's going to be in there. I appreciate that.
Just to clarify, I brought this up. You know, I'll take credit for bringing this up because I am concerned about this. There's been a lot of, and the reason I did, there's been a lot of misinformation in the public about two easements that encumber Mr. Morale's lot and two of his neighbors. The applicant, and as evidenced by our review and recommendation for approval, does not use either one of those two easements that are part of that plat that were part of this litigation. And Mr. Morale says people are still driving through my yard. He sent video. I went out on the break just to see if that was true, if this thing was opened. And it is not. There is a farm gate across the end of the easement where it leaves the easement and went on to what used to be Mr. Crawford's property. There's now the applicant's property. That gate hadn't been opened in a long time because that chain's rusty and the lock's rusty. Now, there's another access to this lot just past the end of the paved road of Sugar Drive, back to the east. That access looks like it's been used more than the one in the very back that was the historical access that Mr. Crawford used to come down and around Mr. Morale's lot. it doesn't look like that access has been used lately, and it has a cable across it blocking access and trespassing warning signs at both of those entrances. Now, given that when you make an application for a development order, that gives us right of entry, so I can go in there without asking their permission, because they've already given that to us in writing. I walked it, because Mr. Morrell was very passionate. I spent time with him last Friday to convince him that the easements in his yard are not part of this project and are not proposed to be used. To try to give him some comfort that this project was not going to be in his yard. And it is not. Now, do I believe that there is some traffic coming from somewhere on this Sugar Dunes parcel that is heading south? Yeah, I do, because I saw tracks, but they don't appear to be coming from the southern end of Sugar Drive or the historical southern terminus of Sugar Drive's easement onto the subject property. Now, I didn't walk the entire property to try to figure out where they were coming from, but I don't think they're coming from either of those two entrances off of Sugar Drive. Now, there may be some forestry trail that people are riding through, because it does look like there's been some active traffic there, and I would certainly expect the applicant to have some active traffic there as they investigate the property to determine what they need to propose for consideration for approval. But I don't think it's coming from the southern end of Sugar Drive, and it was before. But I could not drive through there. And I believe it's been locked off for quite some time. But there may be somebody getting access from the east side of the property or from the forest trails. I couldn't tell. But I wanted to convince myself that that road was either open from Sugar Drive across the property and around through Mr. Morrell's property, or it was not. I don't think it is. Aside from the historical use, I just don't think it's been used recently.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
One question, Mr. Carpenter. Was anybody at the dais currently involved in any way in either of those easements, the preservation or the road?
All of y'all are too young for that.
I want it on the
Yes.
record. None of us had anything to do with that.
I think we had a completely different board and staff at that time.
I don't even think
I was not
born.
here either, but I have looked at it enough that I feel like I was.
Mr. Chairman?
But I just wanted to make that clarification. This project does not use the two easements within Mr. Morrell's subdivision. Now, there's another 33-foot easement to the east of Mr. Morrell's lot that was on the Crawford lot that has become part of this application, the neighborhood infill lot that's showing, I think, 4 single-family lots on it. There is a 33-foot easement that is still part of that lot, that is still intact, and it's up to the board to decide how it gets used. But there are two right next to each other, 33 feet on Mr. Morrell's lot and 33 feet on what was the Crawford lot that is now part of this development.
So,
Just
so
wanted-
this road is public. So is there any reason why anybody should be using this to get from subdivision to subdivision or whatever the case may be? Would there be a reason not to put a road closed sign? Is there a liability issue? I've never seen this road or been on this road.
And I think they would-
close it, the county would have to make a formal declaration to close it.
Okay.
I think, yeah, and I think those are legal questions which I'll defer to the
Okay.
county attorney.
Thank you,
But
Matt.
we can't take that up today either way in all fairness.
Question.
Jimmy Crawford, who lives down at the end of Old Winston Circle, that's how he drives to and from his house. He owned the land that is this development until he sold it. He had a clay and mining operation out there. Jimmy reserved for himself an easement through this property until such time as there was some other public road that he could access to get out of his house. Because even though there was this discussion in the case about whether or not he could go through some other neighborhood, they're all private roads. The gate was from that's where this development property began. Part of this development is there is this east-west roadway that isn't on Mr. Morrell's property, it'll be just north of Mr. Morrell's, that will be built. And this dirt road runs into that east-west road and then goes out the Thompson Road. So Jimmy Crawford does drive through there because he lives down there. That was the whole point of the lawsuit, was so that he could not be blocked from getting to his house. That was the whole case. It's not the developer here that's bought the property, while it understands that Jimmy Crawford has to have a way to get out to a public road, it has no intention and doesn't mind putting in a development order. It's not doing anything with the road. The dirt road exists, and I guess Jimmy Crawford will drive down it. And I don't know, there might be a few other people that live down that old Winston Circle that drive on it. I don't know. But that's what it is. That's all this is.
But that part would be up to the county at
Right.
another time.
Yeah, totally
Right,
different issue,
right.
not
For this
today.
road,
We're just
that-
making sure this development does not overburden or overutilize that easement by the agreement we're putting into place to resolve any of those issues. As Mr. Carpenter said, he and I spoke about it at length last week. There were concerns about what the judge had said. There was representation, preservation had been done away with. I can tell you that's not part of the partial summary judgment. I've read the transcript at this point. It's not part of any of that. So this just closes that loop so we don't have that issue coming back later.
No, there's no intent, the county, for anything other than this narrow dirt road to exist. The county would have to do it. And if you want to put that in our development order, we're fine with that.
I think we beat this horse
Yeah.
bloody, dead, and in the ground.
Stephen, you have something to say?
Well, he's got it as staff report. We've now got to.
Now we gotta do the real stuff.
All right. Stephen Schoen, S-C-H-O-E-N, for the planning department. I've been sworn. This is the Sugar Dunes Estates Detailed Planned Unit Development. This is a request to approve by final order. It is project number MAJ 23-1-00005. It is a major development application that was submitted by Jenkins Engineering on behalf of Sugar Drive Holdings LLC. They're requesting to develop 73 single-family lots, public park, and associated infrastructure on 22.19 plus or minus acres, with a future land use of residential and mixed use and zoning districts of small neighborhood and neighborhood infill. The property is in District 4 and identified by the parcel IDs in your staff report. If I could please enter the staff report as well as the other accompanying public comment that you all should have in front of you. If I could enter all that into the record, please.
So moved.
Thank you. I just want to make one small note. I don't want to drag this out, but I did notice in reviewing the staff report that I had inadvertently grabbed a dated concurrency management report from our traffic engineer. I double-checked just to be sure and I put it on the record. The applicant did address these comments. It was requesting a new analysis. The applicant did subsequently upload that, and we received comments from the traffic engineer the following month indicating that his comments had been addressed and no further comments. So just want to put that on the record just in case there's any questions there. I have really nothing else to add other than the application is complete and substantially consistent with the Land Development Code, Comprehensive Plan, and the previously approved conceptual PUD. I did not address the Planning Commission though, so I will do that just briefly. The Planning Commission voted 5-1 to approve on October 21 of this year. The Commission member Buzan voted against the motion, He did not indicate his reasoning behind, he literally said a protest vote. However, I did include the minutes in the executive summary, and I think as well as in my staff report, if you would like to review those. It's not reflected in the minutes, but I will just add, because I know some of the members are interested in the public comment and just generally what was discussed. And the folks that spoke in opposition to the application did have environmental concerns as well as traffic concerns. Those were their main points of contention anyways. I can answer any questions. If not, I'll turn it over.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Where is the public park?
So if
I'm looking at the plan, but
it's right here. If you can see that, it is recreation opportunity. I think it's a 1.8.
Are you talking about this, it's labeled common area?
It is, I believe it's a child play area.
Oh,
Play area, city use, labeled as city use.
and this parking lot's gonna be open to the public? And who's gonna maintain this play area? Okay, and that's part of the development order.
I believe there's a condition in there. If not, then I will certainly add that to just ensure, but I believe it was part of the conceptual plan approval.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else?
The preservation buyout, so we're not using the full amount of preservation that we should?
Let me look at that here. I know it's in my notes somewhere. Yes, they are. So they're proposing to buy out 13.6% or just less than a half an acre of the allowable portion of the pine scrub preservation. That would leave, let's see, 1.3 acres out of the 3.57 of the pine will remain in preservation.
Any other questions?
How's the stormwater gonna be maintained? Do we have the 100-year stormwater plan or what?
I believe so. I would certainly have to defer to the applicant
Okay.
for those specifics, but it's my understanding from earlier testimony and from review that the stormwater is treated in the main pond on site that exists currently. They're providing additional capacity to that pond itself.
Is that Peace Pond?
To have a full engineering presentation today, to go over all that,
Okay,
might be easier for
okay,
our engineers to do that.
I suspect so.
that's fine. Thank you, Stephen.
Anything else?
Anybody else for Stephen?
Thank you.
Scott, you ready?
Well, I actually was gonna have Melissa go first.
Okay.
You know, I always let Melissa explain everything, since that way she doesn't correct me on what I did wrong. I just want to briefly, and Commissioner Curry, this is more for your benefit, to just kind of go over the land development code. And do we have the notebooks somewhere that we can pass out? Yeah, our land development code sets forth a process for approving development orders. And then in the notebook we're about to pass out, it's under tab 6. It's Land Development Code section 1.11.03. And the reason I bring this up is because when it comes to developments, just like today, you've heard two different things. One is zoning changes, which is legislative. And one is development orders, which is quasi-judicial. So in this process, as commissioners, you're actually not sitting as a legislative body, you're sitting as a judicial body. When we go for a development order in Walton County today, it is reviewed 3 times. The first is by the Technical Review Committee. I don't believe Stephen commented about that, but it was reviewed. And I'm gonna have him testify in just a second that they reviewed it and found that the development as presented complied with the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. The reason you do a quasi-judicial process on a land development code is because, and I was amused earlier, I heard y'all talk about the Wild West down here. When, starting with the federal Constitution, 1789, then later the Florida Constitution, which I believe was 1849, we did not have zoning or land use regulations. So a property owner could actually do whatever they wanted with their property. As the population grew and we got more congested, land development codes were adopted, zoning regulations were adopted. There were other types of statutes, environmental regulations that were adopted that would restrict what a property owner could do with their property. But even when that occurred, what always controlled were the due process amendments of the federal and state constitutions. And the reason that's important is, in our land development code under tab 6 actually says this, it has to be conducted in a method that complies with due process. That means that your decisions cannot be arbitrary and capricious. It has to be based on a particular development scheme that the county adopted. In our case, the county was actually forced into adopting a comprehensive plan back in 1996. And the reason that's important, and what we talk about in a quasi-judicial proceeding, the issue I have to prove to get a development order is that we meet the requirements of the Land Development Code, the requirements of the comprehensive plan, and any particular actable statutes. And in this case, because it is a PUD, we got granted conceptual PUD, the requirements of the conceptual PUD. Now, the only requirement of conceptual PUD, the only thing we asked for and that we got was because this is small neighborhood infill, ordinarily there's a requirement that there is some commercial in one of those developments. And the PUD that we obtained allowed us to be exempt from having to have any commercial within this development because of its location. It really is not suitable to having a fast food restaurant or something. The quasi-judicial process has two parties, the county, which is through the planning department, and the applicant, my client, through me. All evidence is either documents, like we're presenting the notebook, which I would like to move that into evidence so we get a copy to the clerk, okay? And testimony. And the testimony, that's why we all had to raise our hands. You were sworn in. One of the questions that I will ask, we used to routinely ask it in these matters by the chairman when they came up, but are you sworn? Because the testimony has to be sworn testimony you're hearing from. Even the public, to the extent the public gets up and speaks, where there's a provision that the commission can have witnesses testify, it's still sworn testimony. And it has to be regarding the particular issue that we have to prove. And the particular issue we have to prove is that we comply with the Comprehensive Plan, Land Development Code, the PUD, and any special statute that may apply. That's how the whole thing gets conducted. The primary issues on the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan that every development you want to see and make sure they comply with are things like stormwater, buffers, preservation areas, parks, that sort of thing. So with that, just giving an overview of the process, I'm ready to begin unless somebody has a question.
Go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Schoen, I'd like to call you back up here. Mr. Schoen, did you review this development project on behalf of Walton County Planning Department?
Yes, I did.
And did you review it for compliance with the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code?
I did.
And did you find that it did comply with the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code?
Yes.
Thank you. We would like to call Melissa Ward. And I'm sorry, I have to try to talk on the same mic here. Would you tell the commission your name and your credentials, please?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, almost. Melissa Ward with Dunlap and Shipman. I am a certified planner with the American Planning Association. I've been in the field of planning for over 20 years, 11 of which was for Walton County.
And have you reviewed and participated in the application that was presented for purposes of ensuring compliance with the Land Development Code, Comprehensive Plan, and the special circumstances created by the PUD?
Yes, I did.
And what is your opinion?
through my vast experience with Walton County in particular and with PUDs, this project meets the Land Development Code Comp Plan, specifically for small neighborhood, given the conditions. Small neighborhood is a varying degree category with mixed use intended for excessive amounts of, it's a higher density category, but it starts at 4 units to the acre and goes all the way up to 10. So the project consistently builds at less than 4 units to the acre, has a conceptual PUD deviation to not have to build commercial in an area that is not suitable, and provides a civic use, which creates that other component of that PUD and that small neighborhood category. So it is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code for small neighborhood. On the south side of that project is the neighborhood infill portion with a varying density between 2 units to the acre up to 8 units to the acre. The density on that is 2.5 acres. It's less than 2 units to the acre. It's 4 units total. And it is consistent with it being a basic subdivision, again, not requiring additional compatibility measures. It has a suitable amount of preservation. The lower half, almost half of that property is in preservation.
Perhaps we could, because don't we have some visual aids that you could go over with the commission, the various elements and aspects of the development?
Well, we have the site plan over here, and then if we could, I'll just, one moment, please. The plan, while this is a phase plan that he shows, phase 1 is in blue, or Mr. Jenkins showed on his site plan, phase 1 is in blue and phase 2 is in red. What I would like for you to note is the blue area is small neighborhood and the red area is neighborhood infill. The whole project itself is less than 4 units to the acre, therefore not requiring it to have an excessive compatibility measure. The property has buffers around all of the perimeters, a significant preservation area on the south side between it and seclusion dunes, and then of course the measures that make it a part of that small neighborhood project was that park and the public dedication of the right-of-way that goes east and west. The project itself was reviewed several times. As you may know, this project's been in-house for 4 years. The part of that was coastal dune lake concerns. It is a portion of, and I'll just walk over here. That area on the very tip of the corner, as you may recall from a previous hearing, had to do with the coastal dune lake tributary 300-foot buffer zone. That has been mitigated against in this property. They reduced the already low density down by another lot or 2 in order to make sure that it didn't impact that zone. For all of these particular reasons and the access coming off of Sugar Drive, this project is consistent with Land Development Comp Plan and your adopted overlay district in the ordinance provided in your packet, 24-24, tab 17.
Are there any questions?
Any questions for Melissa?
Melissa, what I'm reading in here a lot is a lot about people's big concern with stormwater.
Yes.
That's a huge, what can you do to alleviate those concerns?
Well, I will say for the record, as certified planner, I am not an engineer. That is next. Scott's going to get into that. I will say that they've gone above and beyond under the standard, and they were approved, so they met that standard and went beyond that. But certainly you'll get a better answer out of Scott than me.
Okay. All right, thank you, sorry.
That's okay. No, it's all right. It's a good question, but he's got a really good answer.
Are there any non-stormwater questions for Melissa?
Thank you.
Not yet, no. Thank you.
Scott, you're up.
Calling Scott Jenkins, would you please tell him your name and your background?
Yes, I'm Scott Jenkins with Jenkins Engineering. I'm a professional engineer in the state of Florida.
Spell your last name.
Oh, Jenkins.
Thank you.
I have been working in Walton County for about 25 years or so and done numerous projects throughout the county. I've permitted a number of subdivision projects and stormwater development plans.
And did you perform perform the engineering work on this project?
Yes, sir.
And did that include designing the stormwater system?
Yes.
What I'd like you to do is, we have drawings, and just have you explain to the commission, the stormwater system, as we've already asked the question Commissioner Johns asked about what year or capacity is calculated to, how it works. You know, let's educate everyone on the stormwater system.
Absolutely. Thank you. Finally, right? Stormwater. So this project is actually designed to retain the 100-year storm, basically, for this design. We are retaining without any discharge. When we first started this project, Public Works approached us because there's historic issues around the Peace Pond area behind the school. And so they wanted us, they actually had another study that was done by, I believe it was Dyer Riddle at the time, that they provided us that information for. And they asked us to include that in our analysis just to make sure that we would have no impact on that area. And so we did do that. And whenever we were doing that process, we found that it was easier just to retain everything on our site without any discharge to that direction at all, or any discharge to any direction. The way that our stormwater system works, there's an existing rather large lake on the property now that was part of the old borrow pit. We are utilizing that as a wet pond, and you can see this area is a wet pond. We're actually enlarging that existing pond. We're elongating it, making it a little bit bigger, reworking the slopes so that they meet all the requirements of the state for stormwater management. There's some specific treatment things that we have to do to meet state requirements of water management districts, so we're doing those. We also have a dry retention system that is at the rear of these lots over in this area, and that's really just there as a fail-safe to make sure that we don't get any discharge toward the Peace Pond area. So we collect all the rear yard discharge there, and that is connected back to that central pond. So we discharge back into our wet pond if it does fill up over in that area. But again, we are designed for the 100-year event with no discharge at all. We do have some additional freeboard on top of that. We have been approved by the county for our design, and we already have our water management district permit. Because we are considered a closed basin, because we don't have a discharge, we have to design for the state 100-year event also. So it's been through several reviews for that already. So.
Was there one house removed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
There was. Down in the, down in the very kind of southeast corner closest to the coast of Dune Lake, we removed a lot of that area just to provide more preservation, so it was more natural.
Okay, thank you.
And did DEP review and sign off on this plan?
Yes, sir.
Could you explain, because that was another question about the roadway access and traffic flow within the development?
Yes, so the project accesses off of Sugar Drive, the very south end. It dead ends at the property, actually. And so the roadway will be extended a bit, and then the roadway section will go through the development and kind of wind around. We are dedicating a additional public right-of-way that will connect here. The Public Works Department, when we first started working on this also, is very interested in a potential east-west corridor connector that will go through Thompson Road eventually, hopefully. They still have to work with the state on their property, so I don't know the timing of that. But that's really for kind of life safety and another way in and out if they get fired in this area. So the developer agreed to dedicate a 50-foot public right-of-way all on this portion of the property, so it doesn't affect anybody to the south, and build a portion of that roadway along that southern portion right there. So that's the connectivity that I'm sure you've heard some about also.
And to be clear, part of that was a request of the county.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Is part of that road through Thompson, going over to Thompson, is that state forest?
Yes. Yeah, the next parcel directly to the east is state forest, so they would have to cross that property to get there.
And I don't know if you know, was this a result of that big forest fire we had a few years ago?
I think that accelerated their interest in this, yes.
Anybody have any questions about the engineering aspects of the development?
Seeing none?
I don't think so. I think the stormwater is the biggest issue that I'm seeing in the emails, but then again, that also talk about, traffic and
Yes, ma'am.
things like that. So,
Commission, you have any further questions about the stormwater?
No.
Okay, thank you.
We're gonna try to be quick with him because he can't stand for very long.
Cheryl getting old, isn't it?
Would you tell the commission your name and your credentials?
And spell your last name, please.
Yes, sir. Patrick Imhoff. I am an environmental scientist with UES, formerly Biome Ecological Services. I have just shy of 40 years of experience working in the Panhandle woods, hurting myself. And I have worked across the country doing environmental surveys, wetland delineations, jurisdictional reviews, expert testimony, to name a few.
And did you or your company perform an environmental study on this property as part of this development?
Yes, sir.
And what were the results of that environmental study?
The results for that Phase 1 environmental assessment were that the site was free of contamination.
And I believe it's in the notebook we provided you. It's under tab 10. If any of you have any. In your assessment, does this meet all the applicable non-environmental rules and regulations in the environmental portion of the land development code required of the development of this kind?
Yes, it does.
Are there any questions about the environmental?
I don't think, I don't.
Well, just for the record, we're dealing with a former county engineer in Scott Jenkins, and we're dealing with probably the most respected environmental guy in the whole Panhandle. I don't know Patrick well, but I do know his reputation. So these two guys, I can tell you, their honesty and their job, they are impeccable at. And Patrick, thank you for what you've done. I know you're up there hurting, so go sit down.
Thank you. Thank you for kind words.
And I've known Scott for years. I think most of us that have been here a while have known Scott. And his reputation is also impeccable, so.
Sorry, we got left out there.
And both you guys can pay me when you get out.
I was gonna say, you ain't gonna say anything kind about Melissa?
Well, I've known Melissa for years too, and she knows her job well too. And so, you know, this has been going on a long, long time. I used to live over on Villa Largo. Chance Powell is the one that's working to extend that road, and we've had nothing but, because this was all my district at one time, and everybody has cooperated to help get this road built to Thompson Road. And if you know anything about Chance, he's big into interconnectability. And this is they're donating property for us to extend that road. Now, we got some work to do. We got to get through the state part, but this is a start to get interconnectability to Thompson Road. So I think it's a good project. I know there's been some things, but I think between Patrick and Scott, they've answered the questions of stormwater and the environment. So if these two guys say that this is what they're doing, then this is what they're doing. So
I would also add that, what was it, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, we had a pretty severe fire on,
yeah, I was living there
in this
then. It was
area.
scary as
And,
hell.
we were almost at a point where some folks would have died because we don't have another road. And the connector to Thompson would have given them a way out. So there is a public safety issue and solution with this PUD that I think they're to be commended for helping us. I mean, like you said, we got some work to do with the state, but that's a different time and a different issue.
Is there any other information or questions y'all need from the applicant?
What about the traffic impact? Have we gotten the traffic study on that?
That would be a Scott Jenkins question. I probably should have had him answer that when he was up.
Yes, ma'am. We did a traffic study on this in accordance with the Comp Plan Land Development Code to analyze the impact, and then Public Works actually asked that we have a traffic signal analysis done at both Thompson and Sugar Drive intersections. I think they've been working with DOT, and they want that supporting information basically to show that they're warranted right now. And so we provided that information. This project will have to go through the mobility fee process and pay those fees, but we did get approved for the traffic impacts.
The traffic signal at both Thompson and Sugar Drive?
They are both warranted, yes, ma'am. One is more warranted than the other. The one at Thompson, I believe, meets more of the warrants, but they do both meet numerous warrants currently.
Okay. Do we know what, this won't be for you, I guess this would be for Mr. Shipman, or Melissa maybe. Do we know, and I haven't seen it in the staff report, but what about the impact on the schools? Is it tremendous?
That I don't know. Melissa, do you know the answer to that?
Good evening again. No, actually, it's in the staff report, the impact. There's 73 homes. The number of students is not quite up to 73, I don't believe. South Walton, you usually bring this up, South Walton High School is over that 100% mark, you usually, you know.
Right.
And I'll go ahead and say we already know the unfortunate situation with school and school funding is they don't get grants to fund or build until after they have a need for that. So this proposal for 73 homes, the build-out period, if we were to start cutting ground today, would be 2-3 years out, so it wouldn't have that impact immediately, you know. And so they're not looking to improve that immediately, but with the public infrastructure and things that are going on that are in this project, there may be, in the future date, not today, a need for maybe a bus stop down there when they start having houses down there.
Right.
But there's no connectivity to what we're trying to do and what they're needing right now in the area for us to be able to make anything like that. And it's not, unfortunately, the state doesn't allow you, the legislature doesn't allow you to take that. Yeah.
Right, right, I agree.
120% capacity before that's built.
Is that what it is, 120?
Just for the record, in your staff report, it's 12 students.
Okay.
For the 73, like it's a percentage.
Okay, okay. Can you tell me, and you may have said this, but what size are these lots going to be?
Well, the size of the lots, actually, I did have a chart for that, but it's on his.
Yes, they're 50 by 100 on general. Most of them are 50 by 100, some are a little bit larger, but 50 by 100. The 4 lots on the south, on the info parcel, are much larger, obviously.
Right.
But in general, inside the subdivision, the 50 by 100, which is basically the same size as the things that are around it.
And there'll be garages and they'll have parking on the driveway?
Yes, ma'am. They'll have to meet the same 1 per 900.
1 per 900 square foot for the house. I forgot to mention, and so did Scott, but I forgot to mention that the impervious surface ratio for this project is about 60%. They're currently at a 33%.
Okay.
So each house as it comes through with a building permit will have to meet the county's requirements, and each one will have to provide 1 parking space per 900 square feet. And the lots on the south side were a little bit bigger in the beginning. They shrank them down a little bit so that the neighborhood that's to the south of us would feel a little bit more comfortable that it wasn't going to be, you know,
taken over.
Huge, big homes, whatever I don't forget what they call them.
Right.
You know, the giant homes. So
Right.
these all are compatible. Plus that vegetation between them is a huge buffer for that.
Is there any at all extra parking left anywhere in that development?
Really just the civic use, that area. It has a small parking lot area over here for the amenity area and civic use in this area. There's no additional parking. Other than that, that's really it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, what's the wishes of the board?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Sir, do you wish to come speak? Okay, come ahead. I just wanted to get that in. You'll have your time. Please state your name and spell your last name, okay?
Michael Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
Thank you.
And I'm representing the Serenity HOA that is just to the south. Pleased to hear the discussion on the connection of the roads. I will confirm that there is activity on the roads now. It's mostly golf carts, so I think those neighborhoods to the north have found a path through. But we would prefer it not be we would prefer it not to be, just be cars. In an effort to try and fix the Jim Crawford and the access issue, our attorney, that's Mark Davis, did a document that allows Jim to use our private roads that goes with his property forever, as long as it's at its current use. And I know Jim, I speak to him just at the time I'm out there, and he's used our roads for years. There hasn't been any issues. What I'm here for, and the applicant has been as helpful as he can, but the erosion that we're getting from the property onto our roads is truckloads of dirt. We spent $20,000 with the jet vacs, with cleaning our storm drains out, and within 6 months, the dirt is at the grade again. It is tremendous. The applicant has been kind enough to go put erosion controls up, but because of the lawsuit that been referenced and been drug out, the two parties to the lawsuits would think the other one just put the erosion controls up and go rip them out. So we've been without any stormwater compliance for years. And Scott's addressed the overall things. I didn't hear what the solution is for here. It's all property that's not our HOAs. We don't feel we have the liberty to go on their property or Eddie O'Brien's or the other person. It is a 4 corners with 2 right-of-ways, and the velocity of the water and the dirt and the mud is a continuous thing. And it's felt to us that the county departments with the active lawsuit didn't really want to get involved. So we've continuously raised our HOA dues just to cover this expense. I have some pictures of just on my phone, but everybody knows what mud is. It's to the point that after rain events, sometimes it's enough that we have to get a skid steer out there to do it with. So that's a substantial amount of money. On the other times, we can do it with shovels, but the jet vac truck got truckloads out. We could fill, this room up with mud. But we're not opposed to the development. We just felt like we've been lost in the shuffle. We don't know where else to go, so we wanted to come and speak and say, please don't forget about us.
Are you saying, is this development in any way causing any of those issues that you're having?
Well, they haven't developed anything, so they haven't done anything to cause it. It's the dirt road that everybody has referenced as the dirt road.
Right.
Well, the dirt road has no maintenance, and now it has erosion ruts in it that are a foot deep. That's what dirt does when the storm water is not directed. There are ways of dealing with that the engineers and the storm water experts can do, but those measures have to be left in place. You can't let the private citizens come and rip them out. just you can do check dams in with rocks, they did silt fence, they did bales of hay, and they went up there with a bulldozer type of thing and bulldozed them all out. I thought they were put in a responsible way. They didn't block the road, they left a 12-foot path, and anybody can get a 6-foot wide truck through a 12-foot path. I mean, just even if you're not the best, you're not the best driver in the world. But it's a mess. Our HOA's been doing it. Our residents are frustrated. I have said that between the planning department, the engineering department, the applicant, that when this gets approved, this should get addressed to where it's not an ongoing concern. There are enough smart folks here. We should be able to figure out how to direct just direct the water to where it's not doing it. I also am a developer. I deal with Jacob Reeves, and if I have a bucket of dirt that could go in a kid's thing that leaves our site, I am out there with Jacob because somebody's filed a complaint. If we're getting skid steer fulls of just a buckets, there's no way that if my bucket this size is a violation and is non-compliant with the codes and regs, that is compliant. So, be glad to work with anybody here to find a solution.
Okay.
Is the road causing the dirt to go on your property, or is that property causing you to go on that property, the dirt to go on there?
Scott would probably be a better expert to be able to do it. I'm a builder, developer, but I'd speculate.
It would require the county's approval, but if it, to be a good citizen, my client has just said that if there's something we can do to improve stormwater that's coming off the dirt road, that is, by the way, not part of our development, we'll do it while we're out there doing the rest of the road work, but it would require the county's approval to do it. I don't.
Get a chance to get with them.
Yeah,
I don't believe we have the authority to do it unless the
We
county
need
says
to
we
see
can.
whether it's even our issue or if it's crossing our issue or
Yeah.
not. I think that would be the best.
We'll get our engineers to work with Scott, and we'll come up with
I can
something.
speak to that just real briefly. It is coming from the easement road itself, just from that. It's an old dirt road, kind of clay road, and it's washing out, and it's a pretty good slope that goes down to the south, so it's running down to that area. The developer actually did go out and fix that area and put in some erosion controls, hay bales, and some check dams and things that I think helped a lot. Unfortunately, they got a code case filed against them, and so it got removed later, I think, by the adjacent. So if it's okay with you guys, I think they're happy to fix it, but we'll just need to make sure we get with Chance and those guys to
Okay,
get approval.
is that good for you, sir?
It does, but as he said, they did it. The coast case got filed, it got ripped out. It feels like the right hand and the left hand just doesn't know.
Yeah,
When our
we'll work
engineers are
with.
involved, code won't get involved.
Right.
Yeah, we'll work with them.
If the county approves it, we will work on the stormwater on the dirt road. As
Sir, is that good with you?
It's excellent for me, just I want to be part of the solution. I don't
Okay, thank you,
We'll
sir.
make sure you're included, and I'll get with Mr. Davis as well.
want- Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I've met with him and Mr. Davis before on this issue.
Anybody else? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. 5-0. We're adjourned, and I'm no longer the chairman.